At the culmination of an unpredictable 2025 NFL season, it all comes down to a Super Bowl few predicted last summer. The Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots, two teams that missed the playoffs last season, going head to head to see who is going to be crowned champion at Santa Clara at Levi's Stadium. The Seahawks have been one of the most balanced and dangerous teams in the league this season, with firepower in all phases of the game. The Patriots, despite leveling off offensively this postseason, saw their defense make up the gap with 3 outstanding showings as they aim for their record-setting 7th Super Bowl title, which would put them at sole possession at first among all NFL franchises for Super Bowls won, and tying Tom Brady, their former quarterback, for most Super Bowls won by any team and or player. It's the 21st meeting between Seattle and New England all time. The Seahawks won 11 of the first 20 meetings. The last 6 games between these two teams have been decided by one score dating back to 2008. The most recent meeting was week 2 last season, a 23-20 overtime win by Seattle behind a 327-yard day from their previous starter, Geno Smith, who completed 33 of 44 passes. Jackson Smith-Njigba, their current wide receiver number 1, and DK Metcalf, their former wide receiver number 1, combined each for 246 receiving yards. JSN had warranted 17. Metcalf had warranted 29. Seattle's making their 4th Super Bowl appearance, most recently losing Super Bowl 49 to the Patriots, which was Seattle's last appearance in a Super Bowl. Right after a Jermaine Kearse catch in which he bobbled it up to himself, and he caught it right on his back. They lost on Malcolm Butler's game-sealing interception on a bizarre play call from Darrell Bevell, which it had Russell Wilson throw a slant pass to Ricardo Lockett. The Patriots, meanwhile, are making their NFL record 12th Super Bowl appearance. In doing so, they are the first team in NFL history to reach the big game after losing 13 or more games the previous season, and the first team in NFL history to defeat 3 top 5 ranked defenses in a single postseason. Their last appearance was the last one they won, Super Bowl 53, which they defeated the Los Angeles Rams 13-3 in the Rams' second year back at Los Angeles. And as the former Super Bowl MVPs are being presented out onto the field, we welcome you over to this broadcast booth. Hello everyone, I am Alec Nava. Glad to have you here for the big game, Super Bowl 60. It is my 3rd time broadcasting the big game on Twitter Spaces, 2nd time on Twitch, and the first one being the Chiefs cementing their dynasty in the 25-22 overtime win over the 49ers. Last year, the Eagles denying the three-peat on a 40-22 victory over the Chiefs. Neither of these two teams have made it past the first round. The Chiefs are sitting at their couches with the starkest drop-off from a reigning Super Bowl participant with the Carolina Panthers, from 15 wins to just 6 this season, as Green Day is doing the opening ceremony and the opening show here at Santa Clara. Here we are with the preview. Seattle, they got to this point after team owner Jody Allen moved on from Pete Carroll after 2023. A hard decision because Carroll delivered the only Super Bowl in franchise history, a 43-8 win in Super Bowl 48 at the Meadowlands at MetLife Stadium. John Schneider tapped Mike McDonald as Carroll's replacement and successor. Since then, the GM continued his personnel tear. One of the more notable home runs being trading Smith and signing Sam Darnold to replace him, and signing DeMarcus Lawrence to this pass rush to bolster it. Darnold and Quint Kubiak have transformed the Seahawks offense, while McDonald's defense took a step forward in year 2 by allowing the fewest points per game in the NFL, led by a ferocious pass rush between DeMarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy II, and a secondary led by Devon Witherspoon, Julian Love, Tarek Woolen, and Kobe Bryant. The Patriots got to this stage of the NFL faster than many players and pundits thought they would. Mike Vrabel and the culture that was built get a lot of credit, along with the 4 H's: history, heartbreak, hope, and hero. What resulted was a strong connection that players say made them want to play more for their teammates because they understood them better. It doesn't hurt that they have MVP runner-up Drake Maye, who blossomed under Josh McDaniels his first stint as offensive coordinator of the Patriots and pursued a team record 7 Super Bowls. And neither of these two teams are walking a lonely road, the only road that they have ever known. And while they do know where this road goes, this is home to the Super Bowl, but they're not alone. Let's go to our keys to this game, beginning with the Seattle Seahawks, the designated road team of tonight. It's hard to imagine that Darnold's doing more than he did in the NFC Championship game win over the Rams. He was in game manager mode for the second half of the regular season, having not thrown for over 300 yards since a Week 9 win over the Commanders, overwhelming the Rams' defense. He outdueled Matthew Stafford, the eventual MVP winner, finishing with 346 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks. Most importantly, he ended all discussions about whether he can thrive in big game situations. Now he leads the Seahawks to the Super Bowl against the Patriots team, winning largely because of their defense. There was once a time, not too long ago, where you would expect him to face all sorts of questions about whether he is mentally tough enough to handle moments on such a big stage. He's already shown he's strong enough to manage the pressure that comes with playing football this deep into the season. The only thing left to prove is whether he can do it one more time. QB pressure was something of an Achilles heel for Darnold, however. He scored a 69.4 passer rating under pressure with just 6 touchdowns, 6 picks, and a mark of minus .58 EPA per drop back that ranks 6th worst among all qualified passers. But things changed in the playoffs, especially after Darnold had his best single game performance against pressure all year against the Rams. He's thrown a next-gen stats era postseason 4 touchdowns against pressure, no picks, a 108.6 passer rating, and an improvement of .49 EPA per dropback. His 3 touchdowns on 14 pressure dropbacks in the NFC Championship game were the most he's thrown in a single game his entire career. The key was timing. He threw all touchdowns in rhythm, which is between 2.5 and 4 seconds of time to throw. The big question is whether he can maintain this improvement against a much stingier defense. The 49ers and Rams ranked 24th and 16th in defensive efficiency with pressure, respectively. The Patriots rank 5th. Next up, we go to Kenneth Walker III. In his last 5 games, his K9 has been largely unstoppable, averaging 122 scrimmage yards per game with 6.4 yards per touch and 5 touchdowns. Walker has racked up an impressive 337 yards after contact over those 6 weeks, but things are going to get very tough for him in the Super Bowl. The Patriots have the 3rd best run defense in the NFL and are tops in the league in rushing against stacked boxes. Their strongest edge is outside the tackles, where they're ranked 8th on defense, while Seattle's 30th on offense. Considering Walker's averaging a whopping 7.2 yards per carry inside the tackle since Week 16 and just 4.5 yards per carry on the outside, expect to see Seattle to work the middle of the line on the run game. Interestingly, New England has used light boxes at the 2nd highest rate in the NFL, 45.3% of the time, and Seattle's 23rd in NFL proficiency against light boxes. The receiver core is something else to watch. Jackson Smith-Njigba led the league of 1,793 receiving yards and accounted for 46.2% of Seattle's total yards through the air. He was just as dominant in the NFC Championship game, with 10 catches for 153 yards and a touchdown. The Patriots defense dominated the postseason, largely because their opponents failed to muster a reliable passing game. Part of it is because of a disruptive front, but the back end has been equally as reliable. Seattle can answer with a savvy veteran roster that includes former Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp and a speedy Rashid Shaheed to open more room for JSN to operate. There are also several individual matchups to follow, but DeMarcus Lawrence, Byron Murphy II and company versus the left side. The Patriots line feels like a potential winning spot for Seattle. Rookies Will Campbell and Jared Wilson returned from injuries late in the season to return to the starting lineup, and each one of them has struggled at times, especially Campbell and in pass protection. Drake Maye was sacked 5 times in each of the 3 playoff games, and Seattle is one of the best pass rushes in the league. Lawrence leads a 4-man edge rotation to help generate the 4th highest pressure in 2025, despite blitzing at the 8th lowest rate per next-gen stats. Murphy was second on the Seahawks in pressures this season with 46, one of their 5 defenders to have at least 40. New England will counter with heavy sets, but it will be shocking if the Seahawks then try to exploit Campbell in passing situations. Last week, it's a speed game. In Super Bowl history, there were 10 kick return touchdowns and, shockingly, no punt return touchdowns. The last return touchdown on the game's biggest stage was Percy Harvin's 87-yarder for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 48. Rashid Shaheed has 3 kick return touchdowns this season, including a 95-yarder on the first play of the divisional round against San Francisco. He has cracked 20-plus miles an hour twice, including its 1-yard touchdown on Week 14, and its average top speed on kick returns is 17.5 miles per hour, the 3rd highest among players of at least 15 returns. Super Bowls, especially close ones, often come down to special teams and game-breaking plays. While he hasn't played as big of a role in the passing game, catching 15 passes for 188 yards in the regular season with no touchdowns, he'll likely be covered by Carlton Davis, who led the Patriots with 6 pass interference penalties this season. So this could be the game where he comes alive on the offensive side of the ball. We now go to the Patriots. We begin with Drake Maye, or as some fans like to call him, Drake Maye. Throughout the course of the regular season, no QB has scrambled more often than he has throughout 3 playoff games, with 63 attempts. He has unleashed out of a crippling effect. He scrambled 9 times over 3 games for 125 yards, where he averages 13.9 yards per carry. The only quarterback to scramble for more yards in any postseason in the next-gen stats era is Patrick Mahomes, who logged 143 in 2019 and 128 in 2023, which are both Super Bowl title runs. Maye has 6 first downs on scrambles these playoffs and has averaged 47 rushing yards per game this postseason, more than any QB posted in the regular season. He now takes on a Seahawks defense that ranks first in NFL's pro overall defensive rushing efficiency, but just 14th against QB scrambles. In the regular season, Seattle faced 40 quarterback scrambles, 5th most in the league, in large part of heavy quarterback pressure rate and effective coverage. While they allowed the fewest yards per carry to non-running backs in the entire NFL, 3.53. They gave up the 5th most to quarterbacks, 5.03. Maye will have to be on the lookout for lanes early and often against this defense. So now, you head to the regular season version of Maye. We have not seen that version of Maye in a long time. The Pats are the AFC champions because Maye has made the right plays for when it matters the most. New England beat Denver with Maye completing 10 of 21 passes for 86 yards and no touchdowns. He has been sacked 15 times this postseason and committed 5 turnovers, and it says plenty that those struggles haven't kept him from delivering in the clutch moments. His 65 rushing yards against the Broncos included the game's only touchdown and a 7-yard run that gave the Pats the first down to clinch the win in the final 2 minutes. Maye also ran for 66 yards in a wildcard win over the Chargers after he had a slow start in the first half. The problem is that the Pats won't win a 7th Super Bowl with him running against Seattle's stingy defense, scrambling for days. He became an MVP finalist because he terrorized opponents with his arm and his mobility, leading the league in passer rating, 113.5, and completion percentage, 72%, while throwing for 4,394 yards with 31 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. 3 straight games against stellar defenses have been part of his issues, and while the good news is that the Pats have found ways to win in spite of him, the bad is that they need a better formula when facing Seattle. Maye has not been the QB that he was during the playoffs, throwing for only 533 yards on 55.8% completions. His protection has been worse. The wide receivers are making fewer plays. Maye is also dealing with a right shoulder injury, though he is insistent it won't be an issue. Maye's running could help unlock some production if Seattle's secondary bottles up the Pats' receiving threats. Josh McDaniels could give Maye some easier reads, get top targets Stephon Diggs and Hunter Henry involved, and use the run game heavily to keep the Seahawks honest. But how many downfield shots can the Patriots take? They've been less effective attacking vertically in the postseason and run the risk of Maye taking extra hits and sacks on slower developing plays. We go over to the ground game. Ramondre Stevenson has been nearly as good as K9 was since week 16, averaging 1 or 2 yards per game, with 6.8 yards per touch and 6 touchdowns in 6 games. His 617 explosive scrimmage plays leads all running backs in that span, one ahead of Walker, and Stevenson has 312 rushing yards after contact in that span too. However, Seattle has the most efficient overall run defense and are top 8 in every NFL pro rushing metric outside of quarterback scrambles and first in 4 of those 8. While the Patriots are first in rushing against stack boxes, Seattle has used stack boxes at the second lowest rate in the entire NFL this season, including playoffs, 12.6%. We go over to their defense. As said before, they have dominated defensively behind their impressive back end. Marvin Mims Jr. had the best performance against this defense, and they finished with 62 receiving yards, 52 of them coming on one play. Against Seattle's fearsome trio of JSN, Cooper Kupp, and Rashid Shaheed, the Pats countered with a secondary full of playmakers. Christian Gonzalez is one of the best corners in football, a player who didn't allow reception in the win over the Chargers, and sealed the AFC Championship with an interception. Carlton Davis has been just as reliable as the other outside corner, while Marcus Jones had a pick 6 against the Texans. This defense is good enough to terrorize most passing attacks, and they need to do this once again. Speaking of Marcus Jones, he's not only a threat on the defense, but also on special teams, especially on punt returns. He's one of the fastest players in the NFL, and he can go on for days on the return game. The Patriots come out with their all-white jerseys. The Seahawks are wearing their navy jerseys for this game. And Jones, for all the talk about Rashid Shaheed and the return game, watch out for Jones as well. We go over to the blocking assignments now, which is the last key for the Patriots. The O-line has had its ups and downs this season against stunts, especially on the left side. Seattle has a stunt rate of 24.5%, which ranks 3rd in the NFL. Both Will Campbell and Jared Wilson have been impressive in stretching the play, but the uptick in competition paired with Campbell still recovering from his MCL injury against Cincinnati has allowed defenses to get the better of them repeatedly. He was better against Denver, but this needs to hold up against Seattle's fearsome front 7. This matchup is crucial because the Seahawks have one of the league's best pass rush outfits. The Patriots could use heavy sets, using extra fullbacks, tight ends, and offensive linemen, but that also limits the number of receivers and running routes. Campbell's been good on run blocking, but he has to be better. The Pats can also use Stevenson and Travion Henderson as extra blockers. Henderson has not been utilized a lot throughout this postseason for the Patriots. So we go over to our starting lines, beginning with the Seahawks, the top team in the NFC. Under center is Sam Darnold making his Super Bowl debut. Kenneth Walker III is the running back. The outside receivers are Jackson Smith-Njigba and Rashid Shaheed. At the slot is Cooper Kupp making his 2nd Super Bowl appearance. He did not play in Super Bowl 53. He was out for the rest of the season when he suffered a season-ending injury. He was a Super Bowl MVP for the Los Angeles Rams in Super Bowl 56 4 years ago. A.J. Barner is the tight end. The offensive line from left to right: Charles Cross, Gray Zabel, Jalen Sindell, Anthony Bradford, and Abe Lucas. For their defense, it begins with Byron Murphy II and Leonard Williams as the interior linemen. The edge rushers are DeMarcus Lawrence and Uchenna Nwosu. The inside linebackers are Drake Thomas and Ernest Jones, another member of that Super Bowl winning team with the Rams, as Kupp was. The outside corners are Devon Witherspoon and Tyreek Woolen. Slot corner is Nick Eamon-Worry, who is good to go after suffering an injury that limited him. He is good to go. The deep safeties are Julian Love and Kobe Bryant. And for the special teams, Jason Myers is the kicker, Michael Dixon is the punter, Chris Stoll is the long snapper. The return specialists are Shaheed and Derek Young. The Patriots starting lineups begin with Drake Maye under center. Ramondre Stevenson is the running back. The outside receivers are Kayshon Boutte and Mac Hollins, who won Super Bowl 52 as a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. Now he's on the team that was on the losing end of that Super Bowl, the Patriots. Stephon Diggs is a slot receiver, making his first Super Bowl appearance. Hunter Henry is the starting tight end. The backup tight end is Austin Hooper, who was on the losing end of Super Bowl 51 to the team that he plays for now. The offensive linemen from left to right are Will Campbell, Jared Wilson, Garrett Bradbury, Mike Onwenu, and Morgan Moses. Now for the defense. The interior linemen are Milton Williams and Christian Barmore. Williams is making his second Super Bowl appearance. He was a member of last year's Super Bowl winning team with the Eagles. Both previous appearances were with the Eagles. Speaking of them, the edge rushers are Harold Landry and Kalavon Chason. Landry's off the injury report. He missed the AFC Championship game against the Broncos. The inside linebackers are Robert Spillane and Christian Ellis. Spillane was out for the rest of the AFC Championship with an injury. Outside corners are Carlton Davis and Christian Gonzalez. Davis, a member of the Super Bowl 55 winning team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, with Tom Brady. The slot corner is Marcus Jones, and the deep safeties are Craig Woodson and Jalen Hawkins. Now for the special teams. Andy Borregales is the kicker, rookie kicker out of University. He is the rookie kicker for the Patriots, coming out of the University of Miami of Florida. Bryce Barringer is the punter, third-year man out of Michigan State. Julian Ashby, the rookie long snapper out of Vanderbilt, is the long snapper for the Patriots. The return specialists are Kyle Williams and Marcus Jones. Dearness Johnson can also be utilized as a return specialist. He was elevated from the practice squad alongside Leonard Taylor III, as the Pats were running short on interior linemen. Johnson is the third running back on this Patriots team. The two practice squad elevations for the Seahawks are Cam Akers and Bayless Jones Jr. George Holani is the backup running back. We have our roster set for this game. Drew Lock is the backup. Jalen Milroe is the emergency third quarterback, rookie out of Alabama. Sam Darnold is the starter. He did not play Super Bowl 58. He was the backup to Brock Purdy with the San Francisco 49ers. Akers is another member of the Rams Super Bowl winning team. In Super Bowl 56, Jones, Holani, Brady Russell all making their first Super Bowl debuts alongside Walker. The rest of the receiver corps consists of Young and Jake Bobo, an unsung hero for the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game. Kupp, Jason, and Shaheed, the starters. AJ Barner, Eric Sauber, and Elijah Arroyo are the tight ends. The full offensive linemen to be utilized are Olu Oluwadami, Jalen Sundell, Christian Haynes, Charles Cross, Abe Lucas, Josh Jones, Anthony Bradford, and Gray Zabel. The inactives on offense are Robbie Oates, Nick Callerup, and Mason Richmond. Oates is out of a neck injury, while Callerup and Richmond are healthy scratches. Here's the defense. For the Seahawks, their full roster. The defensive linemen are Jaron Reed, who is in his second stint with this team, Byron Murphy II, Mike Morris, Riley Mills, and Leonard Williams. Brandon Pilley is the healthy scratch. Along the linebackers, or outside edge rushers, DeMarcus Lawrence, Uchenna Nwosu, Jamie Sheriff, Connor O'Toole, and Derek Hall. Jared Ivey is a healthy scratch. The inside linebackers are Ernest Jones IV, Drake Thomas, Tyrese Knight, and Patrick O'Connell. Chaz Surratt is out. He was activated from the injured reserve, though the Seahawks did not deem him ready to get back into action. He previously dealt with an ankle injury. He has just been activated off the IR, but they are sitting him out for precautionary reasons. The corners are Devon Witherspoon, Tariq Woolen, Josh Jobe, and Nehemiah Pritchett. The safeties, Nick Eamon-Wari, who can play safety or slot corner. Kobe Bryant, Julian Love, and Ty Akata. Now for the Patriots roster, the quarterbacks are Drake Maye, Josh Dobbs, and emergency third quarterback is Tommy DeVito. The running backs, Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson, and Ernest Johnson. Jack Westover is the fullback. And the tight ends are Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper. The wide receivers are Demario Douglas, Stephon Diggs, Kayshon Boutte, Matt Collins, Kyle Williams. The healthy scratch is Efton Chisholm III, who is utilized mostly as a return specialist. CJ Dipper is another healthy scratch. The offensive linemen as part of this roster are Jared Wilson, Vidarian Lowe, Garrett Bradbury, Will Campbell, Mike Onwenu, Fair Mumford Jr., Morgan Moses, and Ben Brown. The healthy scratches are Marcus Bryant and Caden Wallace. The Pats are mostly healthy, so no injuries to report. The defensive linemen are Christian Barmore, Leonard Taylor III, Corey Durden, Kairos Tonga, and Milton Williams. The edge rushers are Harold Landry III, Anthony Jennings, and Caleb Clavon Jason and Elijah Ponder. The healthy scratch is Braden Swinson. Inside linebackers are Robert Spillane, Martin Mapu, Delaney Tavai, Chad Muma, Jack Gibbons, and Christian Ellis. So, for the secondary, the only healthy scratch is Kobe Minor. And the 5 corners listed on the active roster are Christian Gonzalez, Carlton Davis III, Charles Wood, Marcus Jones, and Alex Austin. The safeties are Jalen Hawkins, Del Pettis, Craig Woodson, and their special teamer, Brendan Schooler. Let's go over to our head coaches. Mike McDonald, the Seattle head coach. The assistant head coach is Leslie Frazier. Quint Kubiak is in his final game as the Seahawks offensive coordinator. After this, he'll be taking the head coaching job with the Las Vegas Raiders. A similar situation to Kellen Moore last year with the Philadelphia Eagles, in which the Super Bowl was his final game as the Eagles offensive coordinator before he was hired as the Saints head coach. Aiden Durde is the defensive coordinator for Seattle. Jay Harbaugh, a member of the Harbaugh family tree, is the special teams coordinator for the Seahawks. Rick Dennison, the senior offensive advisor and run game coordinator. Jake Peets, the offensive pass game coordinator. Justin Alton, the run game specialist / assistant offensive line coach. Tyson Prince is the offensive assistant / quarterbacks coach. Andrew Janoko, quarterback coach. Kennedy Polamalu, running backs coach. Brisman Jackson, wide receivers coach. Mac Brown, tight ends coach. John Benton, offensive line coach. Quinson Odom is an offensive quality control coach for the offensive line. Michael Byrne, offensive assistant. Carl Scott, defensive pass game coordinator, and also a defensive backs coach. Josh Bynes is a defensive assistant and the head linebackers coach. Nico Thorpe, another defensive backs coach, and another defensive assistant. A former defensive back with the Seattle Seahawks. Justin Hines, defensive line coach. Chris Patridge, outside linebackers coach. Kirk Olivadotti, inside linebackers coach. Jeff Howard, safeties coach. Rob Caprice is defensive intern. Devin Fitzsimmons, assistant special teams coach. Ivan Lewis, director of player performance and development. The strength and conditioning coaches are Danny Van Dyke, the head coach of that department. Mark Phillip, associate head coach. Thomas Garcia, Tim Odija, and Jamie Yanchar are the assistant coaches. The Patriots coaches consist of Mike Vrabel, the head coach. Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator. Zach Kerr, the interim defensive coordinator, taking the place of Terrell Williams, who stepped away the team, having to deal with prostate cancer. All the best to him. Jeremy Springer is the special teams coordinator. Kerr normally is the inside linebackers coach. Thomas Brown, the tight ends coach, is also the passing game coordinator of the team. Ashton Grant, quarterbacks coach. Tony Dews, running backs coach. Todd Downing, wide receivers coach. Doug Marone, offensive line coach. His assistants and that department are Jason Hotaling and Robert Kugler. The offensive assistants are Riley Larkin and Chucky Keaton. Defensive line coach is Quint McMillan. Outside linebackers coach is Mike Smith. Justin Hamilton, corners coach. Scott Booker, safeties coach. Ben McAdoo is the senior defensive assistant. And the defensive assistants are Vinny DePalma, Kevin Richardson, and Milton Patterson. The assistant special teams coach is Tom Quinn. The head strength and conditioning coach is Duran Mayo. Brian McDonough is the assistant strength and conditioning coach. John Stryker is the vice president of football operations strategy. And Frank Pirino is the director of sports performance. Our referee for tonight's game is Sean Smith, making his debut officiating a Super Bowl. He is joined by Roy Ellison, officiating his 4th Super Bowl, having officiated Super Bowls 42, 52, and 57. Dana McKenzie is making his 2nd Super Bowl appearance as a down judge. He previously officiated Super Bowl 49, ironically, the last time these two teams met. They are wearing uniform numbers 14, 81, and 8, respectively. Julian Mapp, making his first Super Bowl appearance, he wears uniform number 10. Jason Ledet is the field judge, he wears number 72. Eugene Hall is the side judge, he is in his fourth appearance, wearing uniform number 103, having officiated Super Bowls 53, 55, and 57. Greg Steed making his third appearance in the Super Bowl, he wears uniform number 12, he is the back judge. He previously officiated Super Bowls 44 and 54. The replay official is Andrew Lambert, and the replay assistant is Joey Johnson. If any of these officials need replacements, the alternates are Sean Hockley, the referee, wearing uniform number 83. Terry Killens, number 77. He's the alternate umpire, previously officiated in Super Bowl 58 as the first former NFL player to officiate in a Super Bowl. David Oliver, down judge, wearing uniform number 24. Tom Eaton, line judge number 87. Jabir Walker, field judge number 26. Anthony Jeffrey, side judge number 36. Brad Freeman, back judge number 88, having officiated Super Bowl 58 under Bill Vinovich. Chad Adams, he was the replay official for Super Bowl 53. He is the alternate replay official for this Super Bowl. So Super Bowl 60 is moments away. It's a rematch of Super Bowl 49. The Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots. None of the players from that Super Bowl remain on this matchup. And Tom Brady, the last member of Super Bowl 36, said, "I don't have a dog in the fight with me at this one." Patriots players are upset about that because they were under the assumption that he is going to be rooting for the Patriots, which is his former team, the team they spent 20 years with. And a shout out to Charlie Puth on the national anthem. And we got some news from the Olympics. It's Lindsey Vonn, who was competing in a torn ACL. She is going to be out for the remainder of the Olympics, having undergone surgery to repair that torn ACL. Oh, here we go with the Super Bowl captains for both teams. The Patriots captains, Robert Spillane, Christian Gonzalez, Marcus Jones, Brendan Schooler, and Hunter Henry. The Seahawks captains are Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Devon Witherspoon, Brady Russell, Leonard Williams, and Julian Love. Cooper Kupp, another member of the Rams Super Bowl winning team, he is playing for his hometown team. He is another captain. Drake Maye is the other captain for the Patriots. Hunter Henry, Robert Spillane, Marcus Jones, Harold Landry, Braden Schooler, and Christian Gonzalez. Maye is not a part of this. He is not part of the opening coin toss. The honorary captains are Dominic, Sterling, and Yesenia as part of the Flag Football All-Stars. Representing the Boys and Girls Club of America, Yesenia. So Dominic and Sterling representing youth football programs. And we are joined by three Pro Football Hall of Famers and former Super Bowl MVPs. Lynn Swann, the honorary captain of Super Bowl 60. He's the former Super Bowl MVP of Super Bowl 10. Peyton Manning won MVP of Super Bowl 41 with the Indianapolis Colts. Rode out to the sunset with the Broncos in Super Bowl 50. The MVP at that Super Bowl went to Von Miller. And Joe Montana getting a hero's welcome here at Santa Clara. He is a former Super Bowl MVP with the San Francisco 49ers. So now as we go over to midfield, as we're commemorating the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, we get over to the opening coin toss. Sean Smith is this game's referee. As we are getting set to go, Charlie Puth sang the national anthem. Bad Bunny will be the lead act of the halftime show. The opening show act was Green Day. And here's Smith. It's walking onto midfield where the NFL logo is at. So he is welcoming both teams to Super Bowl 60. So you have the heads and tails being presented here as Joe Montana is designated for the coin flip. So here we go with the coin flip here in Super Bowl 60. It's up and it lands on heads. New England has won the toss and they have elected to defer to the second half. Seattle will receive the ball first. The Patriots have won the toss. They've elected to defer. They trust their defense more in this situation. So whose moment will it be to win this year's NFL Super Bowl championship? We'll find out as we get the opening act here up next. It is 67 degrees Fahrenheit here at Santa Clara. Winds are blowing to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. They'll be gusting up to 14 miles per hour. As we move forward to the main event here, the Super Bowl. Steve Largent raising the 12's flag. Elected in 1995 Pro Football Hall of Fame, the greatest receiver in Seahawks history, and Malcolm Butler, a two-time Super Bowl champion with the Patriots and the hero of Super Bowl 49, ringing the bell for New England. The 60th big game in the NFL. We're getting set to go here. Andy Borregales will kick it off to Rashid Shaheed and Velus Jones Jr. As we go here, we're about to kick it off. It'll be 60 minutes of growing action. Let's get rocking and rolling. A touchback ensues on the opening kickoff. Sam Darnold will begin from the 35-yard line. That's where the Seahawks will start their first offensive drive. And then Darnold 0-4 in his career against the Patriots, but those 4 starts have been when he was with the Jets and Panthers. 3 of them with the Jets under Adam Gase back then, and the other one with the Panthers when they were coached by Matt Rule. And those early years with Darnold's career, they have not gone as planned for him. And instead of seeing ghosts this season, he's been the Ghostbuster. Now he has to be on point here as Kenneth Walker gets the opening carry outside, says, "Get off me," to Davis, and he gets the first down of this game. And this is the California kid, Sam Darnold, who went to USC for his college career, came out of there as a sophomore from Dana Point, California. It's his 5th NFL team. He's the only quarterback in NFL history to win 13 games in back-to-back seasons while starting for different teams in both years. On the right, this is Walker, who gets bottled up. Loss of 1 as the Patriots answer back nicely with Jelani Tavai. And it was mentioned about what is going to happen defensively here between these two defenses. Here, 2 of the best defenses in the entire NFL. And Kenneth Walker, he was stuffed there first. The rushing defenses are on point. We'll see how they go passing-wise because they have premier shutdown corners on both sides. Gonzo and Witherspoon. Jay sends in motion. Sam Darnold to throw for the first time. Towards the left, and it's Barter to haul in a tough catch. He rumbles for the first down. This is not the same Darnold that the Patriots are used to. This is an efficient Sam Darnold. One who can read his targets perfectly well, and he found Barter on the left side. Marcus Jones thought that he had the easy pick 6 on him. Nope. Darnold adjusted, threw high, and up-tempo here. Darnold to throw it on play action towards the left, and hauled in. Cooper Kupp, the former Super Bowl MVP, 2 toes down. He takes Seattle into the red zone for the first time. They want to unleash the full extent of their offense as Kupp, he hauled this one. It was a tough catch right over Marcus Jones, in which he caught up high. More up-tempo offense as Darnold keeping a hold of it, being pressured from Barmore. Now he lets this one go. He threw it away. The closest Seahawk was JSN. And one-on-one matches between JSN and Christian Gonzalez. That is the one that we are going to watch for the duration of this Super Bowl. Best wide receiver and premier shutdown corner. Kupp with adjusting the angle. Wow, he went up high on Marcus Jones and kept control of it the entire way. The Seahawks went up-tempo because they do not want the Patriots to challenge this, and New England did not challenge it. Kupp's in motion. He goes to left, then comes back towards the right in the slot. Single back set with 3 right and 1 left. This will be a run to the right for Walker. Cuts a hole. It is a small one. He only gets 2 yards out of it. It'll be 3rd and 8. Walker has been terrific throughout these playoffs, with 4 touchdowns and having been one of the most efficient running backs in this postseason run. The game against San Francisco is evidence. 41 rushes, 190 yards, 4 touchdowns, which has been the most this postseason. Native of Memphis, Tennessee. 3rd and 7 as Walker got 3 yards out of that run. George Holani comes in as the 3rd down running back, replacing the injured Zach Charbonnet, out for the season with a torn ACL. 2 left and 2 right. The Patriots trying to bring extra pressure here, and they will. That's picked up. Darnold throws left side. Incomplete, intended for Shaheed. And the Patriots will hold firm. Carlton Davis in coverage. And New England jumped the route there so as to adjust the angle on that throw. As Shaheed, he was a step behind that throw. And we'll have Jason Myers out here kicking the first field goal of this Super Bowl. He is 41 of 48 in his postseason career. 3 for 3 in the East playoffs. 33 yards is the equivalent of an extra point, and Myers, he drills it. The Seahawks get the first points of the game on Myers' 33-yarder from the right hash. And it comes in 3 minutes and 2 seconds in. New England with a chance to answer back. We'll be right back in a moment. We saw some of the faces of who is going to be playing here in this Super Bowl. Sam Darnold got his turn. Now it's Drake Maye who will get his. Darnold, the 8th-year quarterback out of USC from Dana Point, California. Now we see Drake Maye from Huntersville, North Carolina. He went to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, played for the Tar Heels under former head coach Mack Brown. And former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick is now coaching with the Tar Heels as their head coach. Back deep are Kyle Williams and D'Ernest Johnson as the return men to receive this kick from Jason Myers. The kick is up, and this will be towards the end zone. It will be fielded at the goal line. Returning it up the middle is Johnson, who will take this back to the 27. To maybe the 28. He is stopped, and we'll see the Patriots for the first time. They have a pair of rookies on the left side of the offensive line, Will Campbell and Jared Wilson, from LSU and Georgia respectively, 2 SEC member schools. And while Campbell's played better against Denver, he is still recovering from an MCL injury. We'll see if he is up to full strength here in this Super Bowl. And this is a tougher task, going up against the league's best scoring defense in the Seattle Seahawks. This Seattle crowd is coming loud here. You know these Seahawks fans love to be loud wherever they go. Motioning left and moving up the middle is Ramondre Stevenson. He's been very good this postseason. Up the middle, and that is 6 yards. To the 34-yard line as we go to Maye. He finished second in MVP voting, the second youngest starting quarterback in Super Bowl history behind Dan Marino, who never won a Super Bowl in his career. But Maye is looking to be the youngest quarterback to win a Super Bowl in NFL history. Stevenson got the majority of the reps, over 90% of them, at running back against the Broncos. For the right, and Stevenson stumbles, and he is a yard shy of the first down. We'd assume that the Patriots are going to go back to him. New England's relying a lot on him throughout this postseason, and they trust him to get a lot of reps. Stephon Diggs and Pop Douglas Demario Douglas, if anyone wants to say it. Stevenson got 60 touches for 203 yards this postseason. Those are the most this postseason. He's very explosive. The last time he's been in the postseason, he was the backup to then starting running back Damian Harris. Now Stevenson motions to the left of Maye. 3 receivers are to the right. Maye will pass for the first time. Throws left for Stevenson. It's high. He gets away with the tackle. And he has a first down. Forced out by Drake Thomas. He is out of bounds to the 43-yard line. Maye was hit after the release. And Julian Love, who tried to shoestring him to stop him a yard shy, could not do it. And Stevenson, he jumped up high to make this catch. A little wobbly on that pass was Maye because Campbell was driven, because DeMarcus Lawrence drove Campbell right onto Maye at the time of the catch. Fake to Douglas and Stevenson. Maye goes to Pop Douglas. He shakes off one attacker, that is Thomas, before being stopped by Julian Love, and the Patriots are up and running. Right onto Seattle territory. And the 49-yard line. Seahawks are trying to stop the Patriots here. The battle of best on best in each conference. What a shifty move that Douglas had put on Julian Love. Mike McDonald and Josh McDaniels calling the plays defensively for the Seahawks and offensively for the Patriots respectively. 2nd and 2. This will be Stevenson towards the right. He has a first down, 3 yards. As Austin Hooper, the backup tight end, is pointing to that direction. Right around the 45-yard line where the Patriots are extending this drive, and Stevenson is going to come off the field. Travion Henderson is going to come in. Henderson has been seldom used 2 weeks ago against Denver. The Patriots offense averaged 28.8 points per game in the NFL this regular season, second most in the NFL. Seattle has averaged the least points per game given up in the regular season. Made to throw it. Under pressure, being chased by Derek Hall. Down he goes! Derek Hall chased him down right on the hunt. One issue that Will Campbell has been having throughout his career is that he would often get knocked back right onto his own quarterback. And it happened again here with Hall bull rushing through the rookie left tackle out of LSU. And that allowed Hall to get to him. It's a loss of 10 on the play. First sack of this game. Shotgun set, and Diggs is going to motion right. Maye's going to throw. He's going to step up, trying to run away from all the pressure. Goes right side, and he is brought down by Nicky Manwari. But that brings it to a more manageable 3rd and 8. Now, the Seahawks defense took a step back that time around, but Maye, he's known for scrambling when the reads are not there. He makes up for the receivers that are not open, keeping his eyes downfield, and knows that when all options are not there, he'll take it himself. He's a stark contrast from what Tom Brady offered in his time with the Patriots. 3rd and 9, which is more 3rd and 8.5. Pop Douglas motions towards the slot left side. On a shotgun set, Seahawks blitz. It's Devon Witherspoon coming on the corner blitz. Maye, he's as far as he can. And the pass is to nobody. No receiver in the area, but Maye was outside the pocket. And the pressure from Witherspoon forced Maye onto an uncomfortable spot. Witherspoon goes to the slot and comes in as the outside blitzer. And the Seahawks, they do like blitzes off the edge. And Mike McDonald's creativity with blitzes off the edge is what led to this punting situation. Bryce Barringer to punt it off, 3rd-year man out of Michigan State. He is positioned at his home 42-yard line. The ball will be snapped from the Seattle 43.5. Barringer is trying to pinch Shaheed deep. He'll boot this away. Shaheed is the return man. As always, as he'll call for the fair catch at the 9.5-yard line. Seattle will get back the ball with 7 minutes, 11 seconds left in the first quarter. We are past the halfway mark. Can they muster another good offensive drive? Find out when we return. Back here at Santa Clara, all the fans are settled in here at Levi Stadium. Second time the Super Bowl has been in this venue ever since its opening in the mid-2010s decade. The 49ers play at this home stadium, and their touchdown horn sounds similar to the Kraken's goal horn. The Kraken came in after the 49ers. Seattle starting for their own 10-yard line, deeper than they had been. Darnold will roll out and throw it up for grabs. Tipped up and could not be intercepted by Spillane as it fell to the ground, intended for JSN, who was covered by Craig Woodson. And Sam Darnold, while he may have a little Brett Favre tendencies inside him, he threw up a prayer ball as he was feeling the pressure from Harold Landry on the outside edge left side. Anthony Jennings actually came onto him, and this was JSN who dropped this one, a rare time in which he did not catch it. He is in the slot left side to receivers right, including Cooper Kupp. Darnold's going to throw again. He'll try again left side, and this time it is caught 5 yards by JSN, tackled by Marcus Jones. It'll be 3rd and 5. A 1,793 receiving yards, which led the NFL this season. 10 touchdowns to go with it as well. 19 receptions for the star wideout for Seattle. He is positioned over towards the left side. He got 4 yards out of it. We'll see if this can get 6. He got 4 yards out of it. A.J. Barner, 3 right and 1 left. He was also in motion. And here's Darnold, who steps away from the pressure. He tackles here? No, he's not. And Darnold overthrew JSN. Oh my goodness. Jackson Smith and Jigba could have walked that one in for a touchdown. He escaped Harold Landry on the first evasion, then throws up a prayer, and then threw a bomb over to JSN, who could have walked in for a touchdown had that been complete. Christian Ellis had the pressure from Darnold's right. Oh my goodness. The Patriots escape this one. And Dixon punts for the first time. This will be Marcus Jones, who is back deep. He steps out of bounds at the 36. And here we go with 6:07 left in the first. Patriots ball when we return. Sam Darnold overthrew Jackson Smith and Jigba for a walk-in touchdown that would have been 86 yards. As he was pressured by this Patriots defense, Anthony Jennings, Harold Landry III, feasting all over him in that first quarter. Now the Patriots offense is back out onto the field. The Seahawks defense wanting to have their pound of flesh too. This will be a play fake and running free from the right side. Maye steps up and swings it over down the middle to Stephon Diggs. Or rather, Kayshon Boutte. New England in the first big play of this game. In Seattle's big plays, instead New England's big plays. Drake Maye is known for running. Kayshon Boutte, their wide receiver number 2. He can dice up this defense wherever he can go. And this is a good starting point. Shotgun set. And this is a delayed handoff. Travion Henderson could not get away. That is Ernest Jones IV. Stopping in for a tackle for loss. That play was blown up from the moment the handoff happened. My goodness. Drake Thomas, earlier in the year, he blew up the gap over towards the middle. Got the initial tap right on Henderson as he blew up Jared Wilson, the left guard. That allowed Jones to get up through the middle. Loss of 4 as Henderson was tackled on the spot. Seattle trying to bring more pressure here. They're showing blitz. And they will bring it. Maye swings it towards the left side. Henderson stuffed again. Josh Jobe. He comes off the edge this time and forces another loss of yardage. Henderson, 2 touches, -5 yards. Seattle brought pressure from the left side. That was the area in which the 2 rookies, Campbell and Wilson, are at. And that hurried Maye up to throw towards the left. But that was all covered nicely by Joe, who stepped up and made the stop. Nicky Manwari is showing blitz again. Seattle showing blitz on the edges with the defensive backs again. They're bringing it again. Maye hurried up. Down he goes again. Devon Witherspoon. Of course, as we mentioned about having their pound of flesh on it, they did get their pound of flesh on it. And they force a quick punt. It's a second straight quarter blitz. This time, it goes for a sack. Last time around on 3rd down, it went for a throwaway by Maye, the equivalent on it. This time, Witherspoon gets a sack. 2 of them. Now him with pressure off the edges. Barringer punts. Shaheed back. And now goes one to Seahawks. Shaheed's going to return this from the 7-yard line. Up for the middle. He gets this back 2 to 13. So this New England special teams doing pretty good at covering their own. And so far, Drake Maye has been sacked twice in this Super Bowl. He's sacked 17 times in this run. Seattle, can they get going offensively? We'll be right back. Clint Kubiak, in his final game as the Seahawks offensive coordinator, wanting to coach a masterclass here, like what Kellen Moore did last year with the Eagles in his final game as their offensive coordinator. And Terrell Williams, who was the defensive coordinator for the Patriots earlier in the season, he stepped away as his first play is a run play to Walker. He gets an extra push and gets 2 yards out of it. The Patriots have shut down Kenneth Walker largely after that opening play. And it looks like we're going to see a defensive-minded game because these two teams are among the best defensively. The 18 points per game allowed for the Patriots defense are the 4th fewest in the NFL, but they have upped their rankings to the fewest in the NFL this postseason, allowing 8.7 points per game. This is their toughest challenge, knowing that Seattle, they're capable offensively. And the 2nd and 4 is Kenneth Walker towards the left side. He's been largely held in check. He gets 1 yard. 2nd and 8. This Patriots defense has been excellent at stopping the run, and they know how to mine the outside gaps. Robert Spillane raced him to the edge and said, "No, sir." 3rd and 7. We'll see how Seattle can roll here. Do they go to the air and test this secondary? One that's led by Christian Gonzalez and Marcus Jones. George Holani is in the game. Seattle's changing formations. Play clock down to 3. JSN motions all the way to the right. Shotgun set, and Darnold will throw it. He looks right. Dumps off for A.J. Barner. Spins away for the first tackle. And he gets the first down at the 28-yard line. He's been involved a couple of times now, and he's been the go-to guy so far in this Super Bowl. Already, Barner having himself quite the quarter. The second-year man out of Aurora, Ohio, went to college at Michigan. As he catches this dump-off, Darnold's been playing game manager more often than not throughout the later stages of this season. The one exception being the NFC Championship, in which he was the game changer. Trips left, one right. Shaheed is the outside receiver right side. It's an end around to him. Shaheed, that's read nicely by the Patriots. Craig Woodson, the rookie safety who came out from that strong safety spot, he read that one nicely. He and Jalen Hawkins both went to Cal Berkeley, which is just a drive from Levi Stadium. And Woodson stepped up and read that it was Shaheed who was coming through on the outside with the end around. That's the old smash mouth football that the Seahawks were going through. And on 2nd and 15, Seattle has no choice but to pass it. Motioning right is A.J. Barner. Likely going to be the final play of this first quarter. Play clock at 1. They get it up. Darnold throws left side. Contested and incomplete. The Patriots brought pressure up the middle, so this will not be the final play of the first quarter. This will be the second time Seattle faces 3rd down. It'll be 3rd and 15. Robert Spillane and Craig Woodson on the pressure as New England brought 2 extra rushers on this sequence. Spillane through the middle, former Steeler and Raider. And Darnold got away from that for the most part. But neither team is averaging more than 5 yards per play. Seattle 4.3, New England 2.8. It is a shotgun set for the Seahawks, now empty set. Walker motions left. New England rushes just 3 this time. He'll swing it to the left this time. And did Jason catch that? The Patriots had him covered with Woodson. They'll say it's not a catch. So the Seahawks will punt it away again. So early in this game, both quarterbacks have been feeling the brunt of the pressure. So they rolled Jason's catch towards the sideline, incompletion as he stepped out of bounds. Marcus Jones is the dangerous return man here. Back for the Patriots. And it can come down to special teams. 32 seconds remain here in the first quarter. And this will be folded up, down for the middle. Jones is going to return it. He did not call for a fair catch. He gets away from 2 tackles. The 3rd, but not the 4th. Quickly, reinforcements come in. Drake Thomas was the last man there. He's one of the 2 starting inside linebackers for Seattle. You have Roger Federer, Chris Pratt, John Bon Jovi, the entire Green Day band, including Billy Joe Armstrong here. Right on the sidelines. Justin and Hailey Bieber. Beyonce. Adam Sandler, who is supporting the Patriots. Usually, a lot of people here going over to this Super Bowl, the big game. New England starts its drive from the 32. Seattle trying to apply a lot of pressure here to end off this first quarter. It is Stevenson who gets an extra push, 5 yards as he goes downhill. And a positive here, as if this is a sign of things to come here, then expect this Super Bowl to be largely defensive. The second quarter will be up next. The only points coming from a Jason Myers 33-yard field goal from the right hash. After 15 minutes, it is Seattle 3, the Patriots zip. The second quarter will be up next in a moment. Get ready for this. Jake Bobo's playing for this Super Bowl through a broken hand. He suffered that injury in the NFC Championship game. He is playing in this Super Bowl. The Pro Football Hall of Fame class has been revealed for this year. Drew Brees, Luke Kuechly, Larry Fitzgerald, Roger Craig, and 4 of the 5 members of this year's Pro Football Hall of Fame. And the other one being Adam Vinatieri. The only special teamer here. 3-0 Seahawks. That feels like a baseball score. 2nd and 5 after Ramondre Stevenson got 5 yards on that previous rushing play. Seattle, the NFC representative. New England, the AFC representative. The Patriots playing their 12th Super Bowl in franchise history. Mike Vrabel, former linebacker with them, he's their head coach. In his first year with them, the former head coach of the Tennessee Titans. On a shotgun set, it is Maye over the middle. Bobbled! Nearly intercepted! Kobe Bryant almost had it. The timing was just off as Henry could not hold in, but neither could Bryant. A little too far as it actually went off his chest. And New England still keeps the ball as there's an RPO in which the intended target was Henry. Maye is 4 of 6, 34 yards so far. Audible and motioning right is Diggs. Or number 8 with New England, 2 left and 2 right. Maye hurrying the offense up. This is a run. And stuffed is Stevenson. Loss of 2, Jaron Reed. The big man out of Alabama stuffs the Patriots running back. 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Leonard Williams was also there right at the line of scrimmage so as to deny him any space up the middle. Both Reed and Williams ended any chance of Stevenson breaking free. Reed in his 10th year out of Alabama. Williams in his 11th year out of USC. Bryce Behringer's had a busy day so far. Shaheed is back. He calls for the fair catch at the 22-yard line. He stumbled a bit, but he was sure to receive that nicely. So you go to Sam Darnold and his topsy-turvy career and how he turned it around. He was 13-25 as the Jets starting quarterback, drafted 3rd overall out of USC. Traded to Carolina. He didn't work out well there and took a backup role with San Francisco. But the last year and this year, 14-3, respectively. He's the second quarterback with 14 wins in consecutive seasons, the other being Tom Brady. He's the only one to do it with consecutive teams, different teams in both years. Darnold's 4 of 10 with 54 yards. So far, it's been more of a defensive game, as it continues to be this way. Darnold's going to throw it. The pressure is picked up. Darnold swings it down the field to Shaheed. Broke it up at the last second by Christian Gonzalez. The top cover man of the Patriots gets the play New England wanted. And Darnold was not afraid to take some shots down the field. That time he did. And he trying to test the top cover man, Gonzo. Goes deep down the middle. And Gonzalez had the advantage there. Trying to atone for that missed pass to Jackson Smith and Jigba, which would have been a walk-in touchdown. Patriots send the rush as Kenneth Walker gets away from tacklers. He'll run for the first down and a lot more. He's past midfield. Brought down past the Patriot 40. A strong run from K-Dide to get the Seahawks a lot of yardage. So many times he's been fearless. After the initial run to the inside was not there, he goes to the outside. Darnold's going to throw. Ball is tipped and is incomplete. Darnold's now completed 1/3 of his passes. Ball is at the New England 46 after the long run from K9. That was a 30-yard run for Walker, the Michigan State product. He's had 20 15-plus yard rushes, which ranks 3rd in the NFL. That includes the postseason this season. Zach Charbonnet watching his teammate from the sideline. It is a single back set. Motioning left is Eric Sauber. They'll go back to Walker. Cuts inside, and there he goes. Past the 30. Has an edge on Gonzalez, and he is forced out. Another strong run. Seattle back in the red zone. This time it's 29 yards. So now he has gains of 30 and 29 on this drive. And this drive has been all him. And both of them have been cuts towards the outside as he is rushing downhill on this Patriots defense. What a back-to-back big runs. MSU represent. And here's a single back. Walker again. And they'll go to him for a 3rd time. Walker, this time they munch him up. Craig Woodson drops him for a loss of 2. The University of Cal Berkeley product munches him up. It's a loss of 2, which backs him up to the 19-yard line. And Woodson this time saw that he was going outside. Kenneth Walker III, a busy man, 25 years old, come out of Michigan State. He was a second-round pick in the 2022 draft. Shotgun set for the Seahawks. Jackson Smith and Jigba motions to the slot, draws Marcus Jones on him. Two receivers left. And here's Darnold with Chason cutting off the edge, and this pinball's back. It falls. This is not a fumble. It is not a fumble. It ricocheted off one of the offensive linemen, and it lands onto the 40-yard line. Kalavon Chason came in unblocked with extra rushers coming off the edges. Charles Cross focused on Robert Spillane, and Darnold threw it off the back of Abe Lucas. And all those guys came up to him, and he was not protected from the left side. 18 pressures, 3 sacks this postseason. Both of them second most in the NFL as he's emerged into a breakout star. He's going to pitch it towards the left for Walker. He'll get nothing out of that. Runs into an entourage of Patriots, and it'll lead to the second Jason Myers field goal attempt. It's 2 runs of at least 25 yards for Walker, and all they can muster is a field goal from Myers. And both offensive play callers have been having their hands full with both defensive play callers. Myers is going to kick. So he already kicked a 33-yarder from the right hash. This time he's going to kick one from the left hash. 39 yards, which should be a gimme in today's NFL. A former Pro Bowler twice. One to the Jets, one to the Seahawks. And Myers is 2 for 2. No problem there. We have not had any penalties to speak of so far through 15-plus minutes of action. 6-0 Seattle. As we are nearly 20 minutes in to Super Bowl 60. JSN has been targeted 6 times. One of them was on that overthrow, which could have been a walk-in touchdown. 6-0 Seahawks. And Cooper Kupp has not been involved a lot. Former Super Bowl MVP with the Rams. a native of Yakima, Washington. He's playing for the team in his home state. Myers to kick off. Williams and Johnson are back deep, as have always been the case. This will be returned. No, it won't. Kneel down at the front of the end zone. So New England will start from their own 35. Mike Vrabel patching up the Patriots as last season they were 4-13 under one-time head coach Drake Maye. So Carlton Davis, you got signed a team. 30 players are in their first year with the team, the most by any Super Bowl team. And all of a sudden, the Patriots are 17-3, including postseason, the first team to improve by 13 wins in NFL history. Motioning right is Austin Hooper, former Falcon. This will be Travion Henderson up for the middle. He gets by through contact, but only musters 3 yards. Ernest Jones there. And it was just a large part of the work done by Elliott Wolf. As the receivers and defensive backs have all contributed, and there is a sense of togetherness with Vrabel. And there's a mutual sense of respect between Vrabel as he's willing to fight for his players. Remember, he dove into a fight and got himself bloodied up, fighting for his players. Here's May on 2nd and 7. The pressure's getting to him. He cannot get away. Riley Mills, the rookie out of Notre Dame, says, I want some of that sack parties. It is his turn to get some pressure up for the middle, and it has been the rookies that have been mostly been driven backwards by the Seattle defensive linemen. We thought it was just Will Campbell. Nope. Jared Wilson is also having it tough on that left side. The left side of the line is having a lot of issues, and their inexperience has been haunting them. Quick screen to Stephon Diggs, who was quickly forced out by Tyreek Woolen. And when the officials fell down on the play, there is a mini scuffle, but it's quickly broken up by the official that's standing on the sideline. It's a quick free and out thanks to Mills, who it ended any progress on that. And the officials are still trying to break up both sides, looking to get the players involved in that scuffle to walk up to the sidelines in peace. Shaheed is back deep again. Bryce Behringer once again having a busy day. Fans getting restless here. They want to have this go up. And Behringer boots it away. Del Pettis, the gunner, as Rashid Shaheed calls for the fair catch at the 29-yard line. 9:16 to go here in the second quarter. And while the defense has been fired up, the offenses have been leaving a lot to be desired, but that last drive for the Seahawks, could it be progress? 6-0 Seahawks when we return. Morgan Moses is trying to fire up his offense to try and get them going. That offense put up 16 points against the Chargers, 21 against the Texans, and 10 against the Broncos. The Patriots have not been winning because of their offense, but rather because of their defense, the unit that's out there on the field right now facing off against Seattle's offense. Kenneth Walker's been on fire as of late. He cuts to the outside again. He's going to get a nice chunk gain here. He is right around the first down marker, cutting to the edge of the right side. They're going to say he's short by a yard, but either way, Seattle is in good hands, running the ball with K9. He's totaled 80 yards on 10 rushes. One of those was on a 30-yarder on the previous drive. The other was a 29-yarder. The other big run for that other drive. Motioning right, it's Elijah Arroyo, his first game back. He was activated off the IR. Walker trying to lunge ahead. Still pushed. Forward progress is stopped. And the Patriots shut that one down. Milton Williams there. No gain for Walker. It is 3rd and 1. It'll be half a yard, actually. They're going to spot it. Are they going to give him the first down? This took long enough. The officials ruled that it was a first down. Milton Williams, 5 sacks his postseason career. 2 of them came in last year's Super Bowl with the Eagles. And this is going to be an interesting spot. The Seahawks trying to snap it quickly before Mike Vrabel can challenge it. And on the first down, this is a play fake. Darnold trying to get away. Dumps one off. And twisting and turning was Walker trying to catch it but could not from a pressured Darnold. New England's doing a good job bringing pressure and holding Darnold in check. And Walker is playing for something extra. It's Charbonnet, he tore his ACL. Both of these two, and Walker has totaled over 100 scrimmage yards in each of the 2 playoff games. 2nd and 10 as it's a shotgun set. 2 receivers left and right, respectively. Arroyo motioning left. Patriots trying to blitz. And they will. That's picked up. Darnold throws right side. And there's his first completion in a while to Cooper Kupp. And the fans chant Coop here at Levi Stadium as Kupp is working on Marcus Jones. Won the Super Bowl MVP 4 years ago as a member of the Rams. 8 catches, 92 yards, and 2 touchdowns, including the game winner. So he was working on Eli Apple of the Cincinnati Bengals at that time. 37 yards per game is Kupp this season, which is a career low. Seattle needs just 2 yards here on 3rd and 2. Trips right, 1 left, and motioning left is A.J. Barner. Darnold's going to throw. Pressure's coming, get towards him, but he gets a first down pass to Walker anyway. Past midfield, trying to keep his feet upright. He gets an extra push from Sundell, a center, for 6 yards. The escapability has been the difference in this game. And with the pressure coming up through the middle, coming from the Patriot defense of Milton Williams, the former Eagle, Darnold able to escape and find a wide open Walker. Just check it down and go with the safe options. No need to risk anything here. Game managers manage the game, and that's what Darnold did. 88 total yards for K9. Single back set with Kupp motioning towards the right into the slot. 2 tight ends on this play, and it'll be Walker. Up the middle. Gets 5 yards out of it. Christian Ellis and Corey Durden, both there. And what is still a 6-0 game. K9 came with a nice little cutback right on Durden, the defensive lineman that's up front. He gets away from him, cutting towards the right on this inside run scheme. Walker's on the sidelines for this play. Eric Saubert, the backup tight end, is lined up at the left side. 2 left and 2 right. George Holani, the backup running back, lined up in single back. He gets the rock. First run to him, and he gets 1, maybe 2 yards. Durden, who was cut away from by Walker with the tackle. Anthony Jennings also there. He is the third edge rusher in this rotation with the Patriots. Alongside rotation that includes Landry and Chason. 3rd and 5 as Holani got 1 yard out of this. I'd imagine they're going to put Walker back on the game, which they will. Compass lined up left side. JSN and Rashid Shaheed to the right. Now AJ Barner motions to the right. Up Abe Lucas, the right tackle. Patriots showing blitz here as Walker split out left. Patriots fake it. Swing pass Walker. He dropped it! He was backpedaling, tried to catch it right on Robert Spillane, and he dropped it. It was set up 4th and 5, which the punting team is going to be out onto the field. Cooper Kupp made Robert Spillane go out and around. And we didn't think that Walker was going to drop that ball, but he couldn't corral this one properly. Would have been short the first down anyway, as Michael Dixon sends this off. Back deep is Marcus Jones. This will be out of bounds at the 1 yard line. Coffin corner. Excellent work by Seattle special teams to pin the Patriots deep. The third phase of the game gets that job done, and it is Velus Jones Jr., the former Bear, who got that one out at the 1. We'll be right back. Past the halfway mark of the second quarter. We're less than 5 minutes to go in the second. The Patriots are starting for their own 3-yard line, Coffin corner. And one of these streets in San Francisco having a lot of slants and curves on it. Now, with the architecture being exactly that. This is the worst field position to start from either team. From the 2-yard line. Maye hands it out for Stevenson. Trying to get ahead. And he will. He got 3 yards onto the 5-yard line. And Morgan Moses still trying to fire up his offense as it has been a whole bunch of nothing for this group. Going up against this defense from Seattle. Head coach Mike Vrabel wanting to see more out of this offensive group. And mostly the left side of the offensive line needs to see more. Moses is the emotional leader of that offensive line, the most experienced. Shotgun set for the Patriots with 3 receivers towards the left. Maye from his own end zone. And that timeout's taken, actually. That is Seattle calling timeout. Seattle using their first timeout with 4:18 to go here in the second quarter. It's been the rookies who have been struggling badly in this Super Bowl, as Campbell and Wilson are driven backwards more often than not. Campbell twice. It's Jared Wilson getting the brunt of the force up the middle, as he has not had a good night tonight. Drake Maye and his mobility have been compromised. Campbell and Wilson are the first pair of rookie teammates to start on the offensive line in Super Bowl history. Usually when we have a pair of rookies on the offensive line in this stage of the game, it doesn't really go well. They've allowed 2 sacks combined between them. Campbell responsible for giving up the one from Derek Hall, and Wilson responsible for giving up the one to Riley Mills. Hunter Henry in motion, and Maye backed up in his own end zone towards the middle. It's incomplete. Mac Hollins, the intended man, Julian Love in coverage as he put on a little boom on it. 4:19 to go in the second quarter. And Seattle's defense is having their way with the Patriot offense. And this pressure is all sped up. 9 net passing yards, 31 rushing yards for a total of 40 yards in what has been a defensive game. Shotgun set for the Pats on 3rd and 7. 4:19 to go. Seahawks showing blitz. They fake it. Maye will sling it right side, and it is caught by Mac Hollins, or Demario Douglas, excuse me, for 10 yards. Josh Jobe was in coverage on Pop Douglas, and it's a first down right there. So they get out the perilous area. The Patriots at least escape their own end zone. So many times that would normally end up an interception as Douglas was diving for the ball. But instead, it's just the 4th first down for the Patriots, 12 combined between them. Stevenson cuts right. Ramondre Stevenson trying to get an edge. And Jobe says, no sir. Forces him out after a 4-yard run, or rather 3 yards to the 17-yard line. Douglas got 9 yards out of that catch. As the Patriots wanted to get something on the board, they have been shut out through these 27 minutes. Between these two, they both have combined for 53 plays. Total yards 149 to 52. It'll be a play fake as Maye rolls out towards the right side. He'll sling it to nobody. He just got rid of it because he felt the pressure. The closest his Patriot was Hunter Henry. It'll be 3rd and 7 as the Seahawks looking to be at their best here. Boyan Mafe checks in here, or rather checks out, as Seattle's defense wanting to amp up the pressure on 3rd and 7, trying to end this drive with a sack. Ernest Jones, one of the 2 inside linebackers here, 14 dropbacks, 3 sacks, 5 pressures. Almost was a 4th sack on Maye, but he threw it away. And here is a penalty, our first penalty of the game, which took 26 minutes and 51 seconds for our first flag to fly in. And we'll hear from Sean Smith for the first time. And the rough night for Will Campbell continues. Flag for a false start. And the rookie side of the offensive line has not had a good night in the Super Bowl. 2 sacks allowed, and the game's first penalty called for a false start. He flinched a little bit. Faced up against Uchenna Nwosu, number 7. The previous holder of number 7 being Geno Smith. The Patriots are 2 of 6 on 3rd down, averaging 9.2 yards to go. Blitz up the middle. Maye swings it as far as he could for Hollins. Overthrown. He tried to throw a prayer when facing pressure, and the ex-Eagle, ex-Bill, could not hold this in. It is yet another punt Maye is doing the best he can, but Will Campbell has been having a very rough night. Rashid Shaheed is deep. 3 minutes and 3 seconds left in the half before we go to the halftime show led by Bad Bunny. Hang time has been good for Bryce Behringer. And Shaheed, who has returned a punt return for a touchdown and a kick return for a touchdown with the Seahawks already. He'll cut right, getting away from several Patriots. Returns his back past the 40 and on to the Seattle 43. Excellent field position, which is going to be the case nonetheless, but this is even better. 2:50 to go. Seattle trying to get a touchdown to gain his first touchdown. We'll be right back. Seattle has almost tripled New England in total yards so far. The Seahawks are averaging 4.8 yards per play. New England averaging 2.2. The Patriots will get the ball to start the second half. Seattle trying to add some more points, whether it be 3 or 7, knowing how this game is going to go. Elijah Arroyo in motion towards the left. He is the first string tight end here. Here on the play, fake to Holani. Darnold backs up, throws middle, and somehow caught by Cooper Kupp. That normally will be an interception as the pressure was right on Darnold, right over the middle. That's 7 yards for Kupp, the former Super Bowl MVP. And this has been a bit of a bloodbath here. 6-0 Seahawks so far through this half. And we're getting closer to the 2-minute warning as the seconds tick. Kupp's in motion towards the left side. He's lined up next to Barner. They're going back to Walker. He has a first down, and he's going to get more yardage. He's past the Patriot 45. Forward progress is stopped at the 43. That's a pickup of 7 as we go to the 2-minute warning. Seattle has 2 timeouts. The Patriots have all 3. Devon Witherspoon and the Seattle defense are holding the Patriots in check. And the Seahawks are in Patriots territory, looking to end off the drive with points, no matter which way it goes. I'll be right back. Up next is the halftime show. We are 2 minutes away from it. At the halftime report, we're going to break down the first half and give some insights and recent news happening around. 2 timeouts left for the Seahawks as Kenneth Walker's in motion to the left of Sam Darnold. He'll get the rock again. Cut the edge towards the left. Tried to shake off 2 tacklers, but cannot. Limited to 1 yard. Woodson and Gonzalez both were on him. No coaches' challenges allowed in the last 2 minutes. That is the rule for every NFL game, including this one. Seattle trying to run this down and get some points on the board, whether it be 3 or 7, 2nd and 9. And they're taking it slowly based on the pace of this game. 14 rushes, 94 yards for Walker as the Seahawks trying to get revenge for Super Bowl 49. In motion right is Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's been largely held in check, almost at a walk-in touchdown, but Darnold overthrew him. It'll be Darnold to throw it. Throws middle, caught on a low pass for Holani, who dodges a tackle and gets 7 yards out of it as he lunges forward, trying to get the first down, but he is 2 yards shy. Anthony Jennings gets a stop. It is 3rd down and 2. Is Seattle going to use a timeout here? It's going to be free. It's going to be 2 yards for the first down. Ideally, Seattle wants to get more than just that. Kopp and Holani lined up right next to Darnold. It's 3rd and 2 as Kopp motions towards the right. And it'll be Holani getting the rock. He will have the first down up ahead to the 30-yard line, and a timeout is called. With 32 seconds left, that's where the clock stopped. George Holani. He gets a lot more than that. Second timeout is called. And the Patriots defense wanting to get regrouped here with 32 seconds left. See what they think of here to try and stop the Seahawks. That's the second timeout. 5 yards for Holani. With Craig Woodson getting the tackle. Yes, and Walker, he had just 1 yard out of it. But the Seahawks, they're rolling firm. Darnold doesn't have to do too much. He's just 8 of 19 for 81 yards. No touchdowns and no interceptions to speak of. Walker is doing all the work. 14 carries for 94 yards. As of now, it is between him and possibly Ernest Jones for Super Bowl MVP if Seattle were to hold on. Drake Maye, on the other hand, 6 of 11 for 48 yards and a passer rating of just 60. Not a lot has been coming out of him, and it's been very pitiful. Maye has a lot of yardage on sacks, for that matter. As we're hanging around through all sorts of headlines, defenses are continuing to dominate this game. 11 years after facing off in Super Bowl 49, which had just 1 field goal. Kopp is feeling the love here at Levi Stadium. Enough Seahawks fans in attendance for audible chants of "Coop" every time he catches the ball. Seattle fans have done this at home this season. The MVP of Super Bowl 56 has 3 catches for 37 yards. So the first flag came at 3:09 left in the second quarter as Will Campbell flinched before the snap, leading to a false start. Mike McDonald made a game management error per the ESPN's 4th down model. 5:05 left in the first half. The Seahawks opted to punt on 4th and 5. However, it is safer to just punt this one away instead of going for it on 4th and 5. Per the ESPN model, Seahawks would have had a 71.8% chance to win by going for it, only a 70.6% chance by punting. Why the call to go for it? Because Seattle was in no man's land, too far to kick a field goal, but close enough to the opponent's end zone that a punt isn't worth a ton. One factor the model doesn't consider is Seattle's strength at punter. Michael Dixon's punt was knocked out of bounds at the 2-yard line, hence the decision to punt it away on 4th and 5. And Seattle's special teams, once again, making a difference here. Per ESPN research, it's the first time the Patriots have punted on each of their first 5 drives of a game with Drake Maye as their starter, playoffs included. It's his 33rd career start, including in last season. Trips left, 1 right, for Seattle as JSN motions towards the right, having coming off of their timeout. 32 seconds to go, shotgun set. Darnold to throw it. Sam Darnold finds a wide open man that is Cooper Kupp for his 4th catch of this game. Kupp tried to go out of bounds and he cannot. 23 seconds left and the final timeout is taken. As Seattle's last. So we wondered what the strategy is going to be as Mike McDonald trying to manage this game clock, and I don't know what the plan is on the game clock. And we know about Zach Kerr. As they go into field goal range, they might try and blitz this one. They might not. 2nd and 3. With 23 seconds left. Drake Maye, the Patriots offense have been shut down for the most part in this first half. Shut out through 29 minutes and 37 seconds. The Seahawks are 23 yards from pay dirt. Is that where they're going to go to with 23 seconds? Darnold, going to look. Throw to a wide open Kupp. He'll fall down, take the tackle. Clock still running. The Seahawks are going to continue to run clock, or so I thought. The Patriots are going to call timeout. And Kupp, no, he didn't. Did he hit the ground? Did the ball hit the ground? I don't think it did. I don't think it ever hit the ground. It's got to be a catch. I don't think it did. I think it didn't touch the ground. It's left off by inches. Talk about the Julian Edelman catch in Super Bowl 51. I don't think it ever hit the ground. So we're going to get a further look at this. There are 2 different angles and 2 different things. The second angle looks like it does hit the ground. Then another angle looks like it doesn't hit the ground. We are reviewing this to see if this was a completed catch. We're seeing a parallax angle here. The parallax angle is going to complicate matters a lot because you get 2 different angles in which you have 2 different opinions, 2 different matters of it. Kind of like the discussion of whether Martin Jelena has a goal. So they rule it an incomplete pass. The call is going to stand. Not enough evidence to overturn it. It is inconclusive. Kind of like the Martin Jelena goal that wasn't, in which the puck did not cross the goal line Game 6 of the 2004 Stanley Cup Final. The play was never reviewed, and they didn't take a look at it, and replays showed that it never crossed the goal line, as the overhead camera had the best possible angle. The clock resets with 20 seconds to go, and we're back to 3rd and 3. 23 yards to pay dirt. You think that you have to go middle here, and the Patriots are calling timeout there first. We're going to see how Seattle counters on this plan. Well, now as Mr. Brightside plays here at Santa Clara, Sam Darnold's been blitzed on 65% of dropbacks entering this drive, which is a career high. The Patriots have been used to facing off against him, and they're making him see ghosts. And some of these passes have been very tight windows in which they're forcing him to throw to. And some of the passes that have kept countless drives alive for the Seahawks have not worked out here. Likely it's going to be 2 plays here for Seattle. They're going to have to get 1 play to get the first down right around the 10-yard line, and then spike it, then get the touchdown. Darnold, going to look, throw middle, and it is knocked away! Christian Gonzalez got the upper hand on JSN. The last wide defense gets the job done, and Gonzo has the upper hand on JSN right now. A last-second knockaway, and it almost was intercepted. When you try to push the pace, you had to put it in harm's way, and Gonzalez almost had the interception. Jason Myers to kick a field goal for the 3rd time And this is going to be a 41-yarder from the right hash. The kick is up, wind not really a factor, and it is good, which would have been good from 60 yards. And the Seahawks have made a 2-score game. They have all 9 points. Jason Myers has been one of the better players on the Seahawks, which shows you how defensive this game is. It's been a very slow start for New England, but they will get a chance to get things going for the second half, so long as they don't keep running into the brick wall that is the Seattle defense. Christian Gonzalez has been the standout player for the Patriots today, if you're living over the Bay Area. And this defense has been doing everything for Seattle and New England. Both of them, the defenses. And as Tree just mentioned out, Seattle's introducing the remnants of the evil empire to the dark side. The Patriots won the coin toss in all 3 of their Super Bowl losses and lost the coin toss in all 6 of their Super Bowl wins. And it's ever since the Tom Brady era started. This will be returned by the Patriots. A chance to get them going. This will be going to the 29-yard line. And with 6 seconds to go, the likelihood is that the Patriots are going to kneel it out to the second half. It's been a long half for them. New England has been shut out. And it could give us reminders of last year's Super Bowl, in which the Chiefs were shut out for the first half. But Seattle has been held in check by this Patriot defense on offense. And May will kneel it out and will take us to halftime. It is 9-0 Seattle after 30 minutes of action. I am Alec Nava. We'll be right back for the halftime report. just got back from having to resolve something. I'm Alec Nava. This is the halftime report. It is 9-0 Seahawks. The Patriots are shut out after the first half. No team has ever won a Super Bowl after being shut out in the first half. That's something the Patriots do not want to hear. So as we go on over to the stats, at the half, Sam Darnold is 9-22 for 88 yards. Cooper Kupp, 4 catches, 44 yards. Jackson Smith-Njigba has been targeted 7 times. He only has 1 catch for 4 yards, which could have been 2 catches for 90 yards, and a 16-0 lead had it not been for the overthrow from Darnold on one of the earlier drives of this game. Kenneth Walker has 14 carries for 94 yards. Jason Myers has 3 kicks made on field goals, 1 from 33, 1 from 39, and 1 from 41. As for tackles, it is Ernest Jones with 5 who leads the team. The Seahawks have totaled 5 tackles for loss, 1 each from Jones, Josh Jobe, Riley Mills, Derek Hall, and Devon Witherspoon. 3 sacks from the Seahawks defense, Witherspoon, Hall, and Mills. Getting to Drake Maye. QB hits, 2 of them came from Witherspoon, 1 each from Hall, Mills, and Uchenna Nwosu. For the A.J. Barter, has 2 catches for 27 yards. And the Patriots, they're not getting a good day's work of work. Drake Maye, 6 of 11 for 48 yards. He's been sacked 3 times. Ramondre Stevenson, 7 carries, 23 yards. He's been busy. Travion Henderson saw a loss of 4 on 1 run, a loss of 1 on a catch. Kayshon Boutte is the team's leading receiver. His lone catch went for 21 yards. Stephon Diggs had only 1 catch for 5 yards. Ramondre Stevenson, 1 catch, 7 yards. Demario Douglas has the most catches on the team with 2. He has totaled 17 yards. And defensively, it's Craig Woodson, who has 3 tackles for loss. That's all of the tackles for loss on the Patriots defense. 7 overall. 5 passes defense, 1 by Woodson, 2 from Gonzalez, 1 from Anthony Jennings, and 1 from Milton Williams, as Bad Bunny has came out here right now for the halftime show. So, Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, el espectáculo de medio tiempo del Supertazón. That's the Spanish pronunciation of the Super Bowl halftime show. The Hispanic community being represented in the Super Bowl halftime show. Quarterback hits, a 1 each for Jennings, Jalen Hawkins, Harold Landry, and Kalavon Chason. Let's go to team stats with the Seahawks and Patriots. 10 first downs for the Seahawks, 4 for the Patriots, in what has been a very defense-first game. Warren 83-51, the Seahawks more than tripling the total yards from the Patriots. 4.7 yards per play for Seattle, a flat 2 for the Patriots. And the Seahawks had the only trips to the red zone where they're 0 for 2. The Patriots have the only penalty. That is Will Campbell for a false start. That is the case. I mean, what? Oh my goodness. In a defense-first game, we're seeing a lot of action. And some unfortunate news from the United States alpine skiing team as Lindsey Vonn crashed during the women's downhill, which dashed hopes of an Olympic medal at the Milano Cortina Olympics. She tore her ACL on her left knee just 9 days ago. She planned to compete in the Olympics, but unfortunately she lost control over the opening traverse after cutting the line too tight, was spun around in the air. She was screaming out after the crash as she was surrounded by medical personnel, strapped to a gurney and flown away by helicopter. And it could be the end of her storied career. Unfortunate news for the United States women that it was. She tried to. She braved it out. As this is national pride on your line. Olympics are for your country. Missing it to wait 2 to 4 years to compete again. Its age isn't with these. May be or may not be ageism with the athletes. Chopper flew upward beyond the tree line, stopping to idle between a small ragged peak, the mountain, and the rocky face of another. 3 minutes later, the helicopter circled back towards the city of Cortina d'Ampezzo, carting Lindsey Vonn just out of reach of the finish line. She never got to cross. She wanted to do the impossible. She tried for an Olympic medal just 9 days after tearing her ACL, but it ended just 13 seconds into her run. Ski pole caught the 4th gate and twisted her body sideways. She went over a jump. She landed hard on her right side before rolling head over heels down the mountain before stopping. Legs splayed out and the backs of her skis crossed. The left knee was the one with the torn ACL. They faced out to the left, and her right knee, the one built of titanium, pointed in the exact opposite direction. With her helmeted head back on the snow as medics made their way to attend to her. A heartbreaking end to what could be a storied career. She stepped into the starting gate, gripping and re-gripping her pole, stopping her right foot and then her left knee 3 times in succession. The fans just started queuing up hours earlier. Filled the bleachers facing the finish line, and when Vonn broke into the gate, the whole place cheered in unison. But when she crashed, the entire mountain went pin-drop silent. Nobody spoke. Many of them were unable to as their mittened hands covered their mouths. Nobody's phone buzzed. Nothing save the muted drum beats of the electronic music that seconds earlier blasted from the speakers and sound of chopper blades whipping overhead. A deafening silence is what is best described. Breezy Johnson, who 4 years ago crashed on this very mountain, ending her chance to compete at the 2022 Games in Beijing, stood atop the leaderboard. The first American woman to win a downhill gold medal in almost 16 years. The name of the last American who won the Olympic title was Lindsey Vonn, who sat at the bottom of the finishers with a DNF. And Johnson said, quote, "That's the beauty and the madness of this sport. The madness that it can hurt your body so badly, but to keep coming back to it." And we have saw the brutality of what it can be. So we have our Olympic schedule. I will not be covering Olympics next weekend, as that's going to be the Daytona 500, the 68th edition, with William Byron trying to go for 3 in a row in the Daytona 500. So, the Olympic Games began on the 5th of February. It began on the 4th of February, where Sweden won the mixed doubles in curling, 10-3 over South Korea. Great Britain also won in curling in the mixed doubles over Norway, 8-6. Canada, 10-5 over Czechia. Switzerland, 9-7 over Estonia. The first day events saw Great Britain win curling, 10-5. Sweden, 7-4. The United States, 8-6 over Norway. Great Britain beat Estonia and Sweden over Czechia. Italy, 8-4 over South Korea. In alpine skiing, that was canceled out. The women's downhill first official training, then the second downhill official training. And at 6:10 in the morning local time, Sweden 4-1 over Germany in the women's preliminaries in hockey. Curling, with the mixed doubles, the United States 7-4 over Switzerland, Canada 6-3 over Norway. Ice hockey saw Italy beat France 4-1 in the women's preliminaries, the United States 5-1 over Czechia. Curling, 7-2, Canada over Italy. Switzerland beat South Korea 8-5, Estonia 7-5 over Sweden, and Great Britain 8-7 over Czechia. And on Friday's events, let's go over to the figure skating, the team event, ice dance. It was a 91.6 score between Madison Chalk and Evan Bates on figure skating. That is the tops in team points with 91.06. The duo of A duel of Laurence Fortier-Baudry and Guillaume Cizeron finished second with 89.98 points. In curling, let's head back to that. Great Britain 7-4 over Sweden. Italy 12-4 over Switzerland. United States 7-5 over Canada in curling. Headed back to ice hockey, Japan defeated France 3-2. The United States also beat Czechia 8-1 in curling. Italy 7-4 over Estonia. Great Britain 8-2 over South Korea. Norway 9-0 over Sweden. In the women's ice hockey, 4-3 in a shootout over Czechia on the Friday events. The opening ceremony took place at 14 hours GMT local time. Sidney Crosby led Canada out for the Olympic stage. David Pasternak for Czechia, of note. From yesterday's events, Great Britain defeated Canada 7-5 in curling. Sweden 13-7 over Switzerland. So you go over to the freestyle skiing. The Olympic qualification is qualifying runs. There are some also official trainings. The men's downhill alpine skiing saw Franjo von Allmen win gold for Switzerland. The silver goes to Giovanni Franzoni of Italy, and Dominic Paris wins bronze for Italy. The women's ice hockey saw Germany defeat Japan 5-2 yesterday. The cross-country skiing, it's Swedish domination on the women's 10 kilometers plus the 10-kilometer skiathlon. Frida Karlsson won gold. Eva Andersson won silver. Heidi Wang won bronze. As Karlsson Andersson won for Sweden, Wang for Norway. And for curling, as it continues, Norway won 6-5 over Estonia, Czechia 9-4 over South Korea, Sweden 9-4 over Italy, and Great Britain 6-4 over the United States. The Sweden women's ice hockey team defeated Italy 6-1. We go over to the speed skating, the women's free K. Francesca Lollobrigida won gold for Italy, Rania Wiklund silver for Norway, and Valerie Mautai for Canada. The American women in ice hockey defeated Finland 5-0 yesterday. It was pure domination from the American women. And in South Korea, defeated the United States 6-5 in curling that same day, yesterday. Estonia 8-6 over Canada. 10-3 Switzerland over Czechia, and Italy 6-5 over Norway. The ski jumping event for the women's individual final round saw Anna Odin Strom win gold for Norway, Nika Prevk win silver for Slovakia, and Nozomi Maruyama win bronze for Japan. The Saturday events wrapped up with Canada defeating Switzerland 4-0 in the women's ice hockey preliminary round. And for figure skating, the men's single skating on this team event, it's Yuma Kagiyama get the highest score, 108.67. Ila Malinin got the second highest score, 98 points. And the third highest score, Stephen Gogolev, 92.99 points. For the ice dance figure skating event, once again, it's Madison Chalk and Evan Bates in the highest score in that event, 133.23. The second highest score from Charlene Joinard and Marco Fabri, 124.22. And the third highest score comes from Marjorie LaJoy and Zachary Laga, 120.9 points. From today's events in the Olympics, we begin with curling. 6-3 Czechia over Norway, 9-3 South Korea over Estonia. The alpine skiing for the women's downhill, Breezy Johnson won gold. Emma Eicher won silver for Germany. Sofia Gogia won bronze. For Italy. The cross-country skiing on the men's side saw Johannes Hosflot Klæbo win gold for Norway. Mathis Deloge winning silver for France, and Martin Lostrom Neinget win bronze for Norway. The first round of the women's parallel giant snowboard. It saw Lucia Dalmaso. Lucia Dalmaso. Alexandra Krovovalis. Sabine Pyer. Esther Ledechka. Susanna Matarova. Ramona Teresa Hofmeister. Among the skiers that got picked up victories alongside Alyssa Cafont and Subaki Miki getting in the victories in the first round. The men's parallel giant and in the first round got victories from Arnaud Gaudet, Pavel Zamfirov, and a victory for Sang-Kyun Kim on a DNF from his competitor, Roland Fischnauer, and the other Tim Masnak pick up the victory. Those 5 picked up victories alongside Mirko Felicetti, Andreas Promager, and for Austria in the final match, Benjamin Karl pick up victories. Snowboard is in the biathlon, the mixed relay 4x6. France wins gold, Italy the silver, and Germany the bronze. For the biathlon mixed relay, Eric Perrault, Quentin Fillon-Maillet, Lou Jen Monod, and Joya Simon for the biathlon to win the gold for France. The quarterfinals for the snowboard women's parallel giant, Lucia Dalmaso, Sabine Pyer, Zuzana Matarova, and Elisa Cafont got the victories in the snowboard parallel giant for the women's. The men's snowboard parallel giant saw victories from Turbo Zamfirov, Sang-Kyun Kim, Tim Masnak, and Benjamin Karl for the men's side. The women's parallel giant semifinals, victories from Sabine Pyer and Zuzana Matarova. The men's parallel giant the men's parallel giant semifinals wins from Sang-Kyun Kim and Benjamin Karl. And Lucia Dalmaso picked up the bronze for Italy, Zuzana Matarova the gold, and Sabine Pyer the silver in the women's parallel giant slalom. The men's parallel giants and slalom finals saw Pavel Zamfirov pick up bronze, Sang-Kyun Kim the silver, and Benjamin Karl the gold. We head over to curling, where Sweden winning over Canada 7-6, Switzerland 7-6 over Great Britain, United States 5-3 over Estonia, and Italy 8-2 over Czechia. The speed skating men's 5K saw Sander Itram win gold, Metoyer Jilek the silver, and Ricardo Lorello the bronze for Italy. Norway, Czechia, Italy in that order. In the ice hockey heat stage, the women's side saw Sweden pick up a 4-0 win over France. And in the men's luge singles run, Max Langenhan got the gold for Germany, Jonas Müller the silver for Austria, and Dominik Fischnauer the bronze for Italy. In curling, Great Britain won 9-6 over Italy, United States 8-7 over Sweden, Norway 6-3 over Switzerland, South Korea 9-5 over Canada. Go over the figure skating team event. The Japanese pairing of Riku Miura and Ryuichi Kihara gave the highest score from today's events of 155.55. And the women's single skating in today's events in the Olympics, Kaori Sakamoto 148.62 for the win. In ice hockey, 2-0 Czechia over Finland on the women's side. Figure skating, In the team event men's singles, United States the gold, Japan the silver, Italy the bronze. Yeah, Ian here. We're almost there for the second half. How you doing tonight?
Oh, it was good, and the first half was not what I expected. I thought there would be more. There would be more fire. There would be more firepower.
Oh, defense, man.
Yeah, that defense, but the halftime show is about what I expect. A bunch of Latinos are in charge of a halftime show, and it's just one big party.
I mean,
and I think that might have been a real wedding, to be honest.
It might as well have been. Well, I didn't watch it. I listened along to it. I have to say, my first impression of Bad Bunny is not too shabby.
He is entertaining. I will say that.
He is.
And it helps that they also had Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga involved.
Now, in terms of how outstanding this halftime show was, it's not going to be at the levels that it was when Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Kendrick Lamar, and Mary J. Blige led it 4 years ago. And with Kendrick last year, Usher 2 years ago. But it's okay for what it's worth. But
well, I like it because it's something different.
Hey,
it's not the same. It's not the same things they've always had.
I mean, for the past few years, it's been mostly pop and hip hop for the Super Bowl halftime show, and we haven't gotten something besides those two genres since, I believe, Bruce Springsteen in Super Bowl 43.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love a rock and roll halftime show on the main stage, to be honest. I'd love it if it was metal.
Hey, you know what? You know what would have made sense, Ian? Metallica.
Metallica. I was thinking Dragon Force. You ever heard the song "Through the Fire and the Flames"?
Oh, I've heard of that. Yes.
Yeah, just have those guys out there and just tear up the stadium.
I mean, cool. Everybody's gonna headbang to it.
Oh yeah, but no, the second half. I'm gonna be honest, Alec. It's probably not gonna happen, but looking at it right now, we may get a shutout.
Oh my god. I don't want this happening, but that's how dominant Seattle has been defensively. Sam Darnold doesn't have to do too much, but what if I told you it's not him that's seeing ghosts, but it's Drake Maye who's the one seeing ghosts?
Oh yeah, he is definitely seeing ghosts. And also, if Seattle wins, we will get our first running back as Super Bowl MVP.
Wait, is that true?
I don't think there's been another one.
All right, let's look back.
Smith.
Oh, wait, we have several who has been. It will actually be our first Super Bowl running back who's won Super Bowl MVP of this century.
Of this century, who won it? Who won it in the 1900s?
All right, so here's the list: Larry Sonka, Miami Dolphins; Franco Harris, Pittsburgh Steelers; John Riggins, Washington Commanders, then known as the Redskins; Marcus Allen, Los Angeles Raiders, who now play in Las Vegas; Otis Anderson, New York Giants; Emmitt Smith, you mentioned him, Dallas Cowboys; and here's the latest one: Terrell Davis, Denver Broncos.
Yeah, okay, yep. You know what, it makes sense.
Yeah, the running back has been a dying position nowadays, but Kenneth Walker is here to say it's alive and well.
All right. Hey, Alec, I'm going to join you at the end of the game, but keep killing it on the call, my friend.
All right. Appreciate it, Ian. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right. So what we just went over between Ian and I is the list of running backs who have won Super Bowl MVP. There have been 7 running backs who have won Super Bowl MVP in the history of the Super Bowl. None of them have come from this century. The last one was Terrell Davis in Super Bowl 32. When the Broncos were coached by Mike Shanahan, defeating Mike Holmgren's Green Bay Packers 31-24. Ed Hockey was the referee of that Super Bowl. Now we're coming back onto the second half. Jason Myers to kick it off. Let's go! The second half is underway. Night has started to fall, and Ernest Johnson will take this from the 10-yard line and return it to about the 31-yard line. And the standout special teamer for the Seahawks, Brady Russell, who is also the team's fullback, in the absence of Robbie Oates, with the stop on Ernest Johnson, the former Cleveland Brown, the first stringer behind Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb at that time. Seattle pairing weak inside zone runs of Kansas stretch runs strong at the 5-tech. Alerts based on weak safety rotation or 5 down fronts. Good chess match so far. New England countering by mixing fronts and CBGs. That is a tweet from Geno Smith as Drake Maye throws a play action pass, and this will be incomplete, intended for Demario Douglas. He turned his head around at the last moment, tried to catch it, and did not see the ball until at that point. We are 11 seconds in. That's Nick Emanwari on coverage on Demario Douglas. Sam Darnold hasn't had the greatest game, but Nick Emanwari, the runner-up to Defensive Rookie of the Year behind Carson Swishinger, from Irmo, South Carolina, he's been a standout in his rookie year with the Seahawks, a Kyle Hamilton type. In motion left is Travion Henderson. He'll get the rock towards the outside. It's a jet sweep for him, and he'll be forced out 8 yards for Henderson, who won a national championship with the Ohio State Buckeyes last year, when he was standing in behind or next to Will Howard. Sharing the backfield with current Browns starting running back Quinshon Judkins. It's 7 yards for Henderson, the do-it-all running back for these Patriots. New England has only converted 2 of their 7 third downs, but the long distance has been a key. They've averaged 9.6 yards to go in these situations. Diggs is in motion. Seattle doesn't blitz here, as Maye swings it left side and is broken up by Jobe. Nice coverage by the former Philadelphia Eagle to hold the Patriots at bay. Another 3 and out. And what happens? Another punt from Bryce Baringer, the Michigan State punter. And Kayshon Boutte was out of bounds. He would have been called for illegal touching anyway. But the Seahawks are squeezing receivers in press coverage here throughout. Rashid Shaheed is back deep. This will be the 6th time that Baringer is punting. Early movement. Is there going to be a flag down at the line of scrimmage? We don't see one. And good hang time for Baringer. We still did not see a flag on the field. And it looked like the Seahawks were timing that movement. It showing that movement very early. It looked like it was going to be an offside against the Seahawks. None of it was called. That would have been a first down by the Patriots. Seattle will take over at their own 9, where they will start this drive. It is K9 to begin this. In motion right is A.J. Barner, the starting tight end, who has been the case since the absence of Elijah Arroyo. Moving ahead, a yard or 2 for Walker as the Patriots are trying to take care of the outside edges. And with Mike Vrabel as the head coach, they're bringing the linebackers in on this play. 2nd and 8 after that outside zone run from Walker. It is his job to ground and pound the football. Shotgun set with Cooper Kupp lined up to the left side. In motion right is Barner, who is still on the field. 2 left and 2 right. Shotgun set for Seattle. Patriots send an extra rusher and 2. Darnold through the middle. Wide open in the middle of the field for the first down. That is Rashid Shaheed, who has been mostly a non-factor on offense ever since he was acquired at the deadline with just 15 catches for 188 yards in the regular season. Here's Shaheed. He beats out the one-on-one coverage on Carlton Davis. As we mentioned in the open, because Davis leads the Patriots in pass interference penalties, this could be where Shaheed comes alive here. And the speedster jumps up through the middle. Two guys on his face that are Spillane and Ellis, the duo of inside linebackers for the Patriots. Empty set. They bring out an extra lineman here. Sam Darnold. What's picked up, and through the middle is JSN. Shy of the Seattle 45. And down to the 44. His 8th target, but just his 2nd catch. Remember, he almost had that walk-in touchdown, which would have been for 86 yards. And through the middle, he gets the slant going. 2nd catch, he has total 20 yards so far. And the Seattle offense is up and running. Straight drop back here for Darnold. He gets away from the pressure. He's running for his life. He's going to run this over. Pass Tavai. He's got a first down for 12 yards. To Patriot territory he goes. And Sam Darnold gets the 3rd straight first down for Seattle. The Patriots have had Darnold dead to rights here. Right on the ground as Darnold was taking this, he cuts inside past Tavai. And right for past Christian Barmore. Robert Spillane was the last one to see him. The 13th first down of this game for the Seahawks, the lucky number. This is a running play for Walker. Gets away for the first tackler. It's met by reinforcements. He is one tough cookie to bring down. Three Patriots were all over him, limited to 3 yards. That is Milton Williams, who was the first one to get to him. He's appearing in his 1st Super Bowl in 4 years. The last year that with the Eagles was not re-signed by Philadelphia as they opted to go with Moro Ojomo on the defensive line next to Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, keeping with that base 3-4 defense. 2nd and 7 as in motion is JSN, lined up to the left of Darnold. 3 left and 1 right. Sam Darnold to pass it, facing pressure, screen for Walker, and he has blockers. A first down past the 30. He is forced out past the 25 at the 23 by Marcus Jones. Deft, delicate, efficient, deadly. That's Kenneth Walker. That is eye candy for K9 as he goes for the screen on the right side. A wide open hole to maneuver, and because Barmore is slow to the play, he cannot catch up to Walker. As Darnold felt the pressure from Anthony Jennings, and Sammy D is coming alive. The Ghostbuster is here. Heading into 5 minutes into this 2nd half. Again, it's Walker. Again, he is forced out, but this time it's only 2 yards. Towards that right side. And in that first possession for New England, it was a bunch of nothing. That first half was a whole bunch of nothing for New England. And Stephon Diggs, you can feel the frustrations mounting inside of him. Of course, the scandal around him, the court arraignment being another discussion for another day. He wants to focus on winning one for New England, the 7th one. And we have a timeout by the Seahawks with 9:23 to go in this 3rd quarter. The Seahawks have gone to defensive stop. And Kenneth Walker has been a machine and a hard one to stop so far. 17 rushes, 100 yards. The cutbacks he makes, so efficient. And he is making Michigan State fans proud wherever he goes. The Patriots know of all his tendencies, but so do the Seahawks. And they are maximizing his utilization here in the Super Bowl. On offense, he is the front runner for the Super Bowl MVP. Kenneth Walker Jr., his father, cheering for him up from the stands. Ball is at the 22.5-yard line as Darnold's going to throw. Pressure is picked up. Throw to the right side. Missed this man. Almost could have been intercepted by Marcus Jones, but it was too far for him and A.J. Barner. Now it's 3rd and 9. The total yards, 126 were from K9. The rest of the team, 126 combined between them. The impact that he has been on another level, and the Seahawks are trusting him to be the bell cow running back after the injury to Zach Charbonnet. George Halani is in this for this play. He is lined up wide to the right as a receiver. 3rd and 9, empty set. Now it's a shotgun set with Halani motioning to the right of Darnold. Zero blitz and wide open, but missing. It's Cooper Kupp, and the drive ends with another field goal. Pressure was on Darnold's face. It was an all-out blitz right on Darnold that Mike Vrabel and Zach Kerr have dialed up. They brought in the safety Jalen Hawkins for the extra man on this blitz. And Halani was trapped in a rock and a hard place. It either block the free rusher up the middle or block the oncoming rusher on the outside. No winning there. As yet another field goal for Jason Myers. 41 yards, which will be a tie for the longest kick of this big stage. Maximum wind speed is 10 miles per hour, and it's from the right hash. And the kick is right down the middle. The Seahawks have all 12 points. Blitz, the Seahawk, is happy. Pat Patriot, not so much. Jason Myers 12, New England nothing. That's our score here. So far in Super Bowl 60. We'll be right back. The Super Bowl, son, that just means it's 1 week to Daytona. The 68th Daytona 500 is next week. It'll start on the afternoon, 2:30 Eastern Time. William Byron trying to go for 3 Daytona 500 wins in a row. Ryan Blaney, the defending Daytona winner from the Coke 0400, trying to win his first Daytona 500. Agreed upon by many as the best super speedway driver in NASCAR. He's going to get one that means a lot to him. You can see the frustrations from the Patriots offense, and as the Seahawks defense is having their way with them all around this game. A total team cruise control effort by the Seahawks. Kyle Williams and Ernest Johnson are back deep, and Kenneth Walker are the front runners for Super Bowl MVP. Do we see a defensive play here from the Seahawks, such as an interception or a fumble recovery? This will be returned from the 4-yard line by Johnson towards the far side. Johnson gets plowed. Tyrese Knight hunted him down. And in the area is Jake Bobo, who's playing through this game with a broken head. New England has been shut out through 35 plus minutes. The dark side defense allowed the fewest points per game in the NFL at 17.2 points per game. The only team that really tested them was the Los Angeles Rams. And so far, Seattle's defense has been playing lights out. Extra rusher late. And this toss to Travion Henderson, trying to make a big play. Could not get a first down, but he does get 9 yards out of this. Takes it out to the 41-yard line. This Super Bowl, all smiles for Seattle. Just a bunch of frowns for New England. 4 first downs. They have more punts than they had first downs in this Super Bowl. They're facing 2nd and 1. But it's a long one. They're out to the 40.5-yard line. The motion left is Austin Hooper. This will be Henderson, who is stuffed. Drake Thomas was there. That defensive front from Seattle, too fierce to overcome. The NC State product. The third-year man out of NC State, native of Wake Forest, North Carolina. And the Seattle's defense has been very consistent at defensive pressure. Thomas went through the middle and blitzed through the A-gap on it from behind. And unless some breakout play happens, we're going to see much of the same here. 2 of 8 are the Patriots on 3rd down with Diggs motioning left. There's another 3rd and short situation. Maye, well protected here. Running out of time, he's going to throw middle. Diving for it and not making the catch is Demario Douglas. It bounced off his fingertips. Trying to find a completion, and Maye just could not find one. Vrabel is upset, understandably so. The absolute perfect protection that Maye has had, and nothing has gone right for the Patriots. They can't even buy a completion, and if I'm New England, I'd rather fake a punt here. It's 4th and 1. You can run a fake here if you want to. Play clock's down to 2. They're not faking a punt. Bryce Behringer sends it away over to Rashid Shaheed. Calls for the fair catch at the 17-yard line. The speed has not been a factor here. We're waiting for the first kick/punt return, kickoff return touchdown since Percy Harvin. The first punt return touchdown in Super Bowl history. For your side. We'll be right back. There have been many viewing parties around the world. Melbourne, Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Monterrey, Mexico. And of course, we know about how London, England. There's Seahawks bars and Patriots bars. Cologne, Germany. The hometown of Leon Draisaitl, who is going to play for Germany in the Olympics. Roger Goodell is, of course, in the building. He is the NFL commissioner. 7:34 to go here in the third quarter. We still have not had a touchdown. It's not like Super Bowl 53 when the first touchdown came late in the game as a Sony Michel rushing touchdown for the Patriots. Rob Gronkowski set that up. Julian Edelman was named Super Bowl MVP. Play fake, blitz is picked up. Darnold trying to get away from the pressure but cannot. Milton Williams makes his presence felt with his third career Super Bowl sack. He had 2 last year with the Eagles. And Williams says, "Do you miss me, Philadelphia?" There's so many people up and around the line of scrimmage. And Anthony Bradford, the weak link of this offensive line, gets beat. The right guard, not once, but twice. They tried to have Walker to pick that up. But that was to no avail. Loss of 8 on that sack as cut motions left. Here come the Patriots again. Towards the left side. Into traffic. Is a limited gain. Just 3, maybe 4 yards. And in the area of that catch was Marcus Jones. It is third down here as Jackson Smith-Njigba had a bandage on his foot. He is on the sideline now, not on the field, as they're going to monitor him. He has not been involved in a lot of plays in the Super Bowl, as it's mostly been Kenneth Walker III. K9's in motion. He goes back to the right of Darnold. It's going to be a draw, and he's going to get some yardage back to set up this 3 and out. Back to the 20-yard line. The Patriot defense does its job. This defensive battle has been very one-sided. And the way that these defenses have been playing have been spectacular. But the Patriots have gotten literally nothing out of their offense. Marcus Jones is back. And could he be the one to turn the tide around for New England with a punt return touchdown, which would be the first ever punt return touchdown in Super Bowl history? Michael Dixon is going to send it off. Seattle's special teams have been mostly good. Jones is back. He'll return it. He has space. He spins away from the approaching gunner. The second one misses. Jones up the far side. There are flags down, which will be the second penalty of this day. Seattle players are pointing towards the Patriots side as they think the penalty is against New England. They think it's going to be a hold. Number 24 is Del Pettis. It's a block in the back. And indeed it is. It is an illegal block in the back on Del Pettis. The third safety on the safety field. New England special teams thought they had a good return, but that's going to be pushed further back because of a penalty on Pettis. 5:10 left in the third. We will return. When the Freebird solo hits, that never gets old. As it's going to be used as the goal song for the United States hockey team. Jackson Smith-Njigba has entered the blue tent, which is going to be a concern for the Seahawks here on their passing attack. Drake Maye stepping back, now stepping up, running out of time to throw. They bunch him up. He lunges forward to get some yardage back, but nonetheless it's going to be a loss. Byron Murphy chimes in on the sack party. This defensive front has been dominating up at the front. They're getting people up and around as they're picking each one of them up. And a rough day for Jared Wilson continues as he allows a second sack here. It's just a loss of 2, but a loss of yards here is significant against this defense. Maye, and as hauled in by Mac Hollins, he gets some yardage back, and it'll set up 3rd and 4. Nothing going for this Patriots offense here. And Drake Maye has tied Joe Burrow for the most times sacked in one postseason with 19. Burrow with 19 times sacked in the 2021 run with Cincinnati, facing off against Las Vegas, Tennessee, Kansas City, and the LA Rams. 3rd and 4, and a motion towards the slot left side is Diggs. He has Mac Hollins to his left. Shotgun set. The Seahawks send the blitz. Maye flings one towards the middle, off the hands of Kayshon Boutte. And the drop problems intensify here for the Patriots. It's another deflating 3 and out, no pun intended. It's a relatively easy throw for Maye to make. And it was a perfect one right to Boutte, but he could not firmly grasp it. That's what Patrick Starr would have said had he would have been here. Bryce Behringer punts yet again. And Rashid Shaheed calls the fair catch at the 21-yard line. And we'll see how Seattle's offense fares with JSN at the blue tent. And we'll see what his status is for the remainder of this game. And Murphy celebrating that sack. We'll be right back. Seattle has the ball again. We'll see how things go with Jackson Smith and Jigba in the blue tent. Rashid Shaheed's lined up wide to the left. Now Eric Saubert's coming in to join him on a motion to the left side. Two tight ends here, the other being A.J. Barner. On the run, it is Kenneth Walker, who backs away from one tackler, but he is munched up. Reinforcements coming quickly. It's a loss of a few. 2 yards. So Jackson Smith and Jigba got checked out under the tent. Now he's going to run to the locker room. So a bit of bad news coming here from the Seahawks side. As JSN, he was checked in by independent concussion specialist, so he is going to be put on protocol right now. Jake Bobo, who is playing for a broken hand, will take his place for the time being. He is in the slot. Lined up left side with Rashid Shaheed. Maye, or rather Darnold, facing a Patriots blitz. Up the middle and is broken up. Guess who? Christian Gonzalez. Cooper Kupp on the receiving end. And Gonzalez showing that he is the best player on the Patriots defense right now. And he is keeping the Patriots afloat right here at this moment. He got his arm right up onto Kupp. And is keeping the Patriots alive here. That's his third pass breakup of this Super Bowl. Bobo motions left. Lined up in the slot next to Kupp. Shaheed split out wide right. Darnold facing a four-man rush. Dumps off middle. Kupp shakes off one man, not the second. He is short of a first down. Jalen Hawkins and Robert Spillane hold up. And Seattle will send this one off with less than 2:30 to go in the third quarter. And without JSN, this offense is taking a step back. He is responsible for nearly 50% of the offensive output on the receiving side. 4th and 4, as Michael Dixon's going to send it off. Marcus Jones is going to return. 12-0 Seahawks is our score here in Super Bowl 60. And this will be a bounce right in front of Jones. This will take several more steps forward, and it will roll to the 26. Will be down by Nahibia Pritchett. 1:55 left. And Mike McDonald's team, he is born in Massachusetts. Went to Centennial High School in Roswell, Georgia. He didn't make a football career playing-wise. Made a career coaching-wise. He planned to work in finance in 2014, but he became a coaching intern with the Baltimore Ravens. He is now the third youngest head coach in a Super Bowl at 38 years old. New England starting from their own 27-yard line. The ball was down there as Maye delayed handoff to Travion Henderson off the draw. The Seahawks read it. A couple of yards for Henderson. Is the first defensive play caller head coach for Seattle, and the third head coach the Seahawks have had going to a Super Bowl. Mike Holmgren, Pete Carroll, and now Mike McDonald. Going up against Mike Vrabel. And the Patriots. Drake Maye to throw it on 2nd and 7. He backs away from the pressure. He's going to roll out right side, being chased by Ernest Jones. Flag is out over the secondary. We'll have yet to see the penalty. 1:13 to go here in the third. And it looks like it's going to be a defensive hold. It's going to be the Patriots' first down of this half. Defensive hold on Devon Witherspoon is going to give the Patriots a free first down. JSN is headed to the locker room as he was evaluated on sideline for a concussion. And this could open up the possibility of Drake Maye running, but the Seahawks have largely held him in check. 3 rushes, 14 yards for Maye. He has not ran a lot. The Seahawks have been daring to beat him by the air. Bunch set and a single back set is a play fake for Henderson. And Maye, ball is loose. It's tipped out of bounds Are they going to roll a forward pass? No, they rolled an incompletion. The pressure came from DeMarcus Lawrence, the ex-Cowboy, with 52 seconds left. And Will Campbell's rough night continues as he was beat out on the left side. Oof. And the intensity is ramping up as Maye released that one and it went out of bounds. Hooper was in the area, so it is an incomplete pass and not intentional grounding. 52 seconds to go. It is a shotgun set, 3 receivers left. Maye to throw it. He'll dump off right side for Henderson, who was forced out by Ian Genge. 47 seconds to go, and this is likely going to be the last play of this third quarter. DeMarcus Lawrence's wife is 37 weeks pregnant. In the offseason, they're going to welcome in a new baby to the world. He'll love to win a Super Bowl for her, the team, and the family. And welcome in the newborn to this world this offseason. 3rd and 5 here for the Patriots. It's been mostly a nothing burger for the Pats on 3rd downs. Diggs covered by Job. Here comes the pressure again. Maye, the ball's loose and recovered by the Seahawks. Byron Murphy with the takeaway. Derek Hall with the first takeaway of the game. Murphy with the snag. The Seahawks welcome Drake Maye to the dark side with this takeaway with Derek Hall beating out Morgan Moses on the outside right. The one time in which Campbell was not beat out, it was Moses. An all-around bad night for the Patriots as the ball is punched out and Murphy recovers it, falling right on it. And it looked like the Patriots now have almost no chance to win this one. The Seahawks looking to get closer to the finish line. And the Patriots shaking their heads. Their defense especially, knowing they have to get back out there. Now Seattle has to go 37 yards. And Drake Maye's been sacked for the 20th time this postseason. Double play fake. And Darnold's going to dump off right side for Barner. Cuts away from one man. Gets a push from behind by Jennings for the first down to wrap up this third quarter. They lead it 12-0 after 45 minutes. The Seahawks can see the finish line here at Santa Clara. Only 15 minutes to go. Can the Seahawks finish this off and win their second Super Bowl in franchise history? I am Alec Nava. Stay tuned, everyone. The voting is now open for Super Bowl 60 MVP. Visit NFL.com/MVP to vote for who has your vote for this year's MVP in the Super Bowl. Will it be Kenneth Walker? Will it be him or will it be someone else? He has 19 carries for 104 yards. Is it going to be him? Is it going to be Derek Hall? Is it going to be Ernest Jones? Is it going to be any member of the dark side? In motion right is Drake Maye. Here is Walker to get the rock. He initially stuffed the line of scrimmage, but lunged ahead for 1 yard, but a hard-fought 1 yard. JSN went back into the locker room to be evaluated for concussion. It's the second Super Bowl in history with no touchdowns through the first 3 quarters. The other one being Super Bowl 53, the New England Patriots and the Los Angeles Rams, a game in which the Patriots won by a score of 13-3. Seattle trying to get the game's first touchdown here in the fourth quarter. A lot of Patriots are lined up at the line of scrimmage, looking to show blitz. Darnold, that blitz is picked up, and here is, and Cobb is asking for pass interference. Even the mascot blitz is asking for it. No flag is thrown, 3rd and 9. Craig Woodson in coverage. Mike McDonald wants a look at it. Do you remember the Patriots? And do you remember the NFL has done away with pass interference challenges? The CFL has done that, and it looks like a missed call from the officials. And it looked like it's no call, and it looked like it was pass interference with Woodson in coverage. Patriots send 5. Darnold slings it left side, and for the first down, Cooper Kupp has struck again. The very guy Seattle needed in the absence of JSN, and he has yet another catch in the big game. That's a 6th catch, 61 yards so far for the former Ram, now playing for his hometown team, as Kupp goes outside on Gonzo, and Gonzo was not close enough to it. The 5-man rush was also picked up nicely by the Seahawks O-line. Motioning left is Rashid Shaheed towards the left side. Single back is Holani. Barner's in motion. To the right, he goes with Sauber. Darnold throwing on the play fake. Looking end zone! Touchdown! A.J. Barner! Finally! After 46 minutes and 36 seconds, A.J. Barner gets the first touchdown of Super Bowl 60. And he was wide open at the corner of the end zone, much like he was in Week 16 against the Rams. And that high-scoring classic, nobody came close to finding him. The gap now 18 points. The Patriots have a nothing burger in terms of points put up. Jason Myers for the extra point. It is up, and he made it. It is 19-0. A.J. Barner wide open at the back of the end zone, much like he was against L.A. in Week 16, and Seattle is up 19-0 at this point. The finish line in sight. I am Alec Nava. See you then. The game in which Sam Darnold infamously said, "I'm seeing ghosts." The final score was 33-0. One of my friends brought this up on a Discord server that I'm in. So Seattle has scored 2 more touchdowns and continue to shut out the Patriots for the remainder of this game to achieve this exact score. And a reversal of fortune for Darnold to ascend officially to the title of Ghostbuster. He is 17 of 34, 188 yards, and 1 touchdown. But K9 is still the front runner for Super Bowl MVP, and Darnold has broken open. Seattle loves to score in the 4th quarter. Do remember, Week 16, and Hunter Henry has been taking hit after hit, but tightly contested balls have been a weakness of the Patriots, in which the Seattle Seahawks have been using press coverage all throughout. Kayshon Boutte, Hunter Henry, Matt Collins been on the bad end of it. The 20 sacks are now the most in NFL history in a single postseason that Drake Maye has taken. The 7 fumbles are tied for the most in a single postseason. Maye dropping back and escaping the pressure. Again, they're coming after him. He's going to run, staying in bounds, and he gets out of bounds after a 7-yard run on the near sideline. 6 yards. And you can see the frustration from Maye. And Mike Vrabel throughout. Mike Vrabel was encouraging him up throughout. And as he took the field, he's trying to get everything up. Stephon Diggs is going over to the sideline. He is still upset. Vrabel's still upset. Maye is trying to encourage his offensive line. And we have a fan on the field. There is a fan on the field. The arena security is coming out here to escort him and eject him from this game. Well, I wonder if somebody, I'm not a betting man, but I wonder if somebody put a bet on a fan running out onto the field right on the open. And there was an altercation on the sidelines between Stephon Diggs and Josh Jobe right after the matter of fact. No punches were thrown. Just some hand slapping right at each other. And no flags. Both teams are fortunate that it didn't result in anything close. And it looked like there was a punch from Jobe. That should have been penalized, but Seattle was lucky they didn't get away. They got away with that one. So there was a punch thrown by Josh Jobe. He's lucky to not be tossed from the game. Bubba Wallace tweeted, quote, "What a proud moment it must be for the Puerto Rican community. I enjoyed that." How about that from Bubba? The defending winner of the Brickyard 400. As he held off Kyle Larson in 2 overtimes in last year's Brickyard 400. We'll see how the Daytona 500 goes. Bubba was one of the duel winners in last year's duels. The other being Austin Cindric in controversial fashion, as they threw the caution well before a photo finish which showed Eric Jones ahead of Cindric by 4/1000ths of a second. Now we get back underway. Diggs is on the sideline. After the matter of fact, the officials have not blown the play ready. The score is 19-0 Seahawks. Ball at the Patriots 41. Shotgun set. And the Pats go, hurry up here. Maye looks over towards the middle. Hold in. And that is Mac Hollins to the 35-yard line in Seattle territory. The Patriots trying to get their pound of flesh on the scoreboard. And Hollins, who got into open space, may elevate this past everybody. The Patriots trying to go hurry up here, and they will. Maye airs this out left side, going deep for Hollins. Touchdown! Mac Hollins says, hold on, we are not done yet. 3 plays, the Patriots take it all the way. Tariq Woolen was late to the coverage. He had to turn and try to get back at it. The only way that he can get a play on it is coming a pass interference penalty. We have seen Woolen get burned in coverage several times, and this is no different here. Holland's the deep threat of the Patriots, beating out Woolen on that. And the Patriots, finally, after getting shut out for this long, they're finally on the board. The extra point is right down the middle for Andy Borregales, rookie kicker out of Miami. And here we go. We're not done yet with this one. The Patriots trying to mount a comeback from down 19. We'll be right back. Both quarterbacks have finally found the end zone. No picks here, but Maye has a fumble lost. Sacked 5 times. Darnold's been sacked once. That one sack coming from Milton Williams, who got 2 sacks in last year's Super Bowl. Andy Borregales to kick it off to Rashid Shaheed, positioned back deep. And now things get more interesting. It's still a ton of time left. Just over 12 minutes of it, 12:27 to go. It took the Patriots 47 minutes and 33 seconds to find the end zone. So that drive that drive for the Patriots took 57 seconds off the clock. Back in the Super Bowl we go. It's going to be fielded at the 10-yard line. Here goes Shaheed. Shaheed splits the gap, able to get back to the 31-yard line. And Christian Gonzalez, who has 3 pass breakups in this game, he is responsible for all sorts of plays all over the field as he got his outstretched hand right onto Rashid Shaheed to prevent a deep touchdown drive. Secondly, a near interception as he got in front of Jackson Smith and Jigba. And the third one, his arm right on Cooper Kupp. 3 pass breakups, a game high. Seattle doesn't have JSN, but he is back onto the sideline with the helmet on. He is cleared to go and is ready to get back into action. In motion left is Eric Saubert. It's a play fake with Darnold rolling out right. Going to the second level and is bobbled. Rashid Shaheed, he is shy of the first down. So JSN got the all clear, including postseason. He ranks third in NFL history for most receiving yards in a single season, 1,989. He has 3 catches for 24 yards on the night. So the concussion happened when he was hip dropped by Marcus Jones, and his head hit the turf very hard. They'll say that Shaheed got the first down. This will be JSN's first play back. Patriots showing a 6-man rush. A.J. Barner motions right. This will be a run up the middle. And inside, that is nothing doing for K9. It's a loss of 1. And New England shifts to a 6-man front. That's one of the old school type of defenses on a 6-man front. As Mike Vrabel wants to use that style of defense, he put K'Lavon Chaisson and Jack Gibbons on the left edge to give the pass rush extra beef. 2nd and 11. And motioning left is JSN. Patriots blitz here. Darnold backs away, double pumps, and throws it to the ground. What's it going to be? Is it going to be intentional grounding? And there's a low bounce. It will not be a... It's not a fumble. It's going to be 3rd and 11. The little flash of the Denver game that the Patriots showed, amping up the pressure of K'Lavon Chaisson and Marcus Jones going inside. There was an eligible receiver in the area, that is Kenneth Walker III. So it is not intentional grounding, as there was an eligible receiver and Darnold was out of the pocket. In motion towards the right is A.J. Barner to the left of Charles Cross, the left tackle. The Patriots are loading up the line of scrimmage and dialing up heavy pressure. Darnold throws a bomb to Shaheed! Too far! He had a step on Carlton Davis and could not reel this one in. And now Seattle's going to punt this one away. And it was an opportunity for Shaheed to get a house call right on Davis. A little too far for him. And the result is as we predicted to be, as it was overthrown by inches. Now Michael Dixon's going to punt. One of the best punters in the NFL, nearly blocked. Marcus Jones is going to let this one bounce. And Seattle Special Teams is going to bat this one to the 1. Nice job by the Seahawks Special Teams. It was a hard-to-catch ball for Jones, and instead it rolls all the way to the 1-yard line. 10:40 to go in this 4th quarter, and once again, it is Velus Jones Jr. who has thrived as a special teamer, and it is downed at that spot by Tyrese Knight and Derek Young. That's 2 excellent punts from Michael Dixon. The ball goes to where it was first touched, the 4-yard line. That's where Jones touched it. So the drive will start there at the 4-yard line. Nonetheless, excellent special teams by Seattle. Maye's going to throw it. Heaves it left side. Wide open was Hooper, but it's overthrown. The pressure was getting to Maye. That's as wide open as you can have it for Hooper. You cannot miss out on opportunities like that. That's a quarter route for Hooper. And he missed his target. There was nobody there. He shut that one down. Now it's 2nd and 10. And Seattle trying to bring extra pressure. They'll bring up Iman Wari. Dump off left side for Stevenson. Stevenson will hurdle a man. My goodness. That is a first down. Ramondre Stevenson hurdling over Josh Jobe. And that may be one of the best highlights of this game for the Patriots. A hurdle right after the run after catch. What a hurdle it was for Stevenson, the Oklahoma product. Now Maye gonna look and air it out. Left side is Hollins. And it is up for grabs, incomplete. Hollins was breaking free. Kobe Bryant was there at the last moment to break that one up. He almost had the interception, but could not come down with the football. It was up for grabs. Bryant could not hang on. You just got to go for the deep shots if you're Maye because of the situation and the scenarios. 11 of 23 for 132 yards and 1 touchdown. The Seahawks lead 19-7. The Patriots the most recent score. Seattle sends 4 this time, and Maye, a low pass, hold in by Hunter Henry. As a 10th-year veteran, the former Los Angeles Charger, the Arkansas product, it'll be 3rd down nonetheless. Oh, how close was that? And it's a game of margins, 3rd and 6. And here the protection breaks down. Maye gets away. He's going to run up the middle. Drake Maye has the 1st down, and he'll slide shy to 40. Hey, who that nation? JJ, how are we?
Hey, man. Happy Super Sunday, man. How you doing?
Oh, man. If you love defense, this is the game for you.
Oh, yeah. Very slow game. I literally, this wasn't even close to my prediction to what I thought what should have and could have been. But so far, hey, I'm not complaining. Drake Maye is showing promise. But to get to the chat, don't this Super Bowl kind of remind you of a certain Super Bowl where it was a very, very, very slow start, then the offense started clicking in the 3rd, 4th quarter?
Kind of looks that way. If you're thinking Super Bowl 53, if we're thinking Maye with deep shot, intercepted! And running it back now is Julian Love, the former Giant. He's past the Patriots 40 and out of bounds.
Well, there you go. There's the game. There's your game right there. That right there. And I was thinking of, I can't think of the Super Bowl where, I can't think of which name it was. Carolina versus New England in Houston.
Oh, I thought that was Carolina versus Denver at this very stadium.
Oh, no, not this one. This one, it kind of gave me that, but after this interception, it was just... It's a dominant Super Bowl. Very dominant Super Bowl. Seattle dominant from start to finish. So where in the first drive, they scored 3 points, and then the next 4, 5, 7 drives, 3 points. But I said Seattle can get the ball in the end zone one time and can take this game out. Once I see New England went down the field and scored at 7, I said, okay, New England needs to stop here to pull this out within this game, and that interception costs. It costs.
And that's got to sting for New England because they showed promise on that drive. They had a wide open catch from Kyle Williams, their 5th receiver. Now they have to watch Kenneth Walker, who's now at 144 total yards with that recent run for a 1st down. He added 14 more yards to his resume. Could be the front runner for Super Bowl MVP, all things considered.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is Super Bowl MVP. And the thing is, I would have never thought to see Diggs shut down for the game. Keyshawn Boutte shut down. Like, Mac Hollins, for him to really get open the way he was, it was kind of an eye-opener. But I was like, hey, yeah. But for the Patriots on the reverse side, for them to take away Jackson Smith and Jimba for the game, for now Seattle had to revert to Shaheed, and clearly the deep ball is not getting it done because Christian Gonzalez is there. But you got to get Shaheed 10 yards, man. You got to get him going.
And when it's neither of them, guess who it is? Cooper Kupp. He's had 6 catches so far. And guess what? Kenneth Walker has another 1st down run. And this one, he went for exactly 10 yards. And Seattle's knocking on the doorstep. 23 rushes, 128 yards, 2 catches, 26 yards. They'll feed him again because why not? Why not? He does get 2 yards this time, but why not, JJ? That puts him now at 128, or rather 130 total rushing yards on this game. 145. He had 145 total yards against the 49ers, 111 against the Rams. So far, he's been the best player on the Seahawks offensively in this playoff run. Single back set. Once again, Walker is the running back. They're comfortable with him. Elijah Arroyo is in motion. Here he goes. Cuts right. Falls forward. And the ball came loose, but that was after the play was blown dead. Now we're at 3rd down, and the clock is continuing to roll. That's the main goal. Just milk some more clock. A 19-7 lead. Of a lead like this, it feels like it's a 4-score lead. Are you there? And time is running out very fast for the Patriots. Jackson Smith-Njigba motions towards the left. Shotgun set. George Holani is the running back this time. Now Darnold throws towards the left side. It is caught. Well short the first down. And Vrabel's going to take a timeout here with 5:35. So it's has to get the game plans going. Field goal coming here. That's the first timeout for New England. And Quint Kubiak, he may have some thoughts coming on to him. What's going to come next once he heads to Las Vegas? This is going to be the 5th field goal try for Jason Myers. You just have to give the Seahawks a lot of credit here for how they have rolled defensively, offensively in this 4th quarter. So you have the most points scored in a season in NFL history, including postseason. Jason Myers has the most with 202. He beat out LaDainian Tomlinson's record of 198. This will put him ahead at 205 points scored, which would be the most in NFL history. And there it is, turned 26 yards. It is 22-7, Seattle, and the Super Bowl is in sight. 5 minutes and 35 seconds to glory. Alec Nava, alongside JJ Sports Commentary. So you get him back up to solve these connection issues. So 5 field goals from Myers. 33, 39, 41, 41, and 26 yards. Each one of them. Oh, okay. Whoops. I'm trying to get everything back up. Things are... Oh. Still trying to get this resolved. All right. Should be coming back on soon enough.
Hey, I'm here. I'm back.
All right. It took a bit because I know... Oh, man. We have another field goal, and yep, it's the recurring theme. Seattle's defense has been the story.
Seattle defense won this Super Bowl. But I think this is their get back from when they lost the first time to New England, where they should have won and they could have won. But, that was a good Super Bowl. You go back, that was a good Super Bowl. But this Super Bowl is it's not good and it's not bad. It's shall I say satisfying? We just enjoying the game.
Yeah, we're just enjoying the game for what it's worth. Just, for me personally, it is satisfying to watch this game.
Yeah.
There's something about this game that feels a sense of relaxing.
Yeah, it's not so much hyper. If it feels like, we're treating Seattle out of the Super Bowl because we felt like it could have been any other better teams in the Super Bowl instead of the 2 teams that we see that we had. And that's not fair.
Yeah, and we know what the Patriots have. People are going to talk about the schedule and all of that. Drake Maye is one of the biggest reasons why they got here. But here's a stat that was shown throughout the game. He has been sacked an NFL postseason record 20 times in this run. 5 each in each of the 4 games.
Yeah.
This is
And it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's not crazy because what are we to expect, you know? Like we know the Patriots O-line is not that good. For where the Drake Maye had to scramble, he had to scramble to get out of harm's way. No way.
That's not a formula for winning, JJ.
No, it's really not. And it's like, well, what are we watching? Like, what are we watching? The fact of we're seeing this young quarterback have to run, but it kind of reminds you of, dang, maybe a lot of teams don't have their O-line. Look, Shaq right there again.
Yep.
He's running for his life.
A 6th time in this game, and the Seahawks are barely giving him any room. They're daring him to beat them through the air, and it's just not working.
Yeah. It is not working. They're not giving him time. It's like sacked 6 times. He has no choice, and they can't run the ball. Clearly, the running is. I kind of said that, but remember what we talked about? Was it Thursday night? Right? It was Thursday or Friday night.
I mean, I think it was Thursday night when we did that show. Here's May. He does get a pass to Hunter Henry, try to get something up. But for May to get going, he needs 2 touchdowns, and one of them has to be a 2-point conversion to go on with that.
Yeah, because at least the pool within 6 within this game.
Yeah.
But my thing is this, though. I said the key factors in this game is that Seahawks.
Here they come! And Uchenna Nwosu! Strip sack, fumble return touchdown!
Wow.
Same blitz play like in the previous forced fumble. Man.
That's game. That's it.
Yep. The game's
That's
over.
Game. That's game. Do you not see this go?
Yeah. Oh my God. If it was going to be close, it was going to be more high scoring, but it wasn't. And now we're seeing the Seahawks defense, the dark side, tie for the most sacks in Super Bowl history with the Rams from 4 years ago.
Yeah, they did. Who are they tied with? Who had the most sacks 4 years ago?
Yeah, that was the Rams from 4 years ago on the Bengals.
Yeah, against the Bengals, against Joe Burrow. And clearly, this is a trend that we've seen with young quarterbacks that make the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow got sacked. He got hit for his life in that Super Bowl against Aaron Donald. That was throwing a piece of meat to the Lions against that team. Because you got to think about it. Who was on that team? Von Miller, Aaron Donald.
Jalen Ramsey.
Oh, my God. Jalen Ramsey. Oh, my God. You had hitters.
I mean, they have a lot of dogs on that defense, JJ.
Yes, indeed, man. They had some dogs. But it shows that the NFC West knows what to do. It's just the only one who can't seem to get it together is the 49ers. Because they got hitters. But the only thing with the 49ers is as long as they get rid of that power plant, they can keep their players healthy. They wouldn't have nothing to worry about with this. But clearly, any young quarterback that played against the NFC West, except the Rams, the 3rd time when they played the Patriots, like, come on, man. This is what we have seen. Young quarterbacks go up against a blitz-heavy team. Drake, you done all that you can tonight, man. You don't need to hang your head on nobody. You need to hang your head down, pick your head up. You have played a great game. It's just the better team won. Your O-line don't have protection. I think Robert Kraft is watching. He's watching this game. He's like, I need to protect my quarterback. I don't want my quarterback to be like how any other quarterback is in the NFL right now.
Yeah. There has to be work done in that front office with Robert Kraft and Elliott Wolf, the general manager of the Patriots. We know the Patriots are a flawed team systematically, and we saw this on national television tonight.
Oh, definitely. And everybody knew. Because Drake Maye got hit against Denver. Everybody knew that this was supposed to be not even Denver. You could say Buffalo. Buffalo and Denver was supposed to be in the Super Bowl, man, and not New England.
All to say,
because even you can say Houston. Houston was supposed to be in the Super Bowl,
but C.J. Stroud had a very nightmarish night. And also, let's put this onto perspective. If this was a healthy Bo Nix that the Patriots were up against, Seattle's facing Denver in the Super Bowl.
Oh, definitely. Most definitely. But I think in the end result, it would have been the same way, the way it is. They would have been the same team winning the Super Bowl, which is Seattle. But they would have had a harder time against those Denver wide receivers. Against those Denver wide receivers and DBs. You seen Peterson versus Jackson Smith and Jimbo 1-on-1?
That would be a matchup that everybody would be tuned into. That's not to say Christian Gonzalez has been a slouch, because Gonzo has 3 pass breakups in this game. That's a game high.
Exactly. And then you gotta look at on the other side, Seattle DBs, they're young, they're raunchy, and you gotta look at Denver wide receivers. These guys are some dogs. So it would have been a good Super Bowl matchup anyways, but I'm grateful, for what we got to see, what Drake Maye can hang on, and can he finish strong, which I know he can.
Yeah.
Let him just let him finish strong,
The Patriots will get a first-place schedule next year, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be the end of the world for New England. They have the whole world to look up at. Here goes Maye. He's going to scramble and get some more yards, but all that's going to do is bleed out more clock. There is a penalty. Well, we have very few penalties called here in this Super Bowl. Sean Smith and his crew have been relatively hands-off with the penalty flags. This is going to be a hold against the Patriots. This is going to negate the run. But instead of Will Campbell and Jared Wilson, it's on Garrett Bradbury, the former Minnesota Viking.
Here's my thing. I love how they called this Super Bowl with this staff. Why we couldn't have NFL games like that this whole season?
It's been a relatively clean Super Bowl. Though one of my few jabs at the officiating crew was how they missed some personal fouls for the punches thrown by Stephon Diggs and Josh Jobe on that altercation.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only criticism I had. Outside that, it's clean. Here's Maye. Well protected. Throws it right. Stevenson with a little bob and a weave. Forced out by Devon Witherspoon. It's going to go for a few. Stops the clock at 3:28. And here's John Schneider on the sideline, the Seahawks GM. He's eager for the Super Bowl. He wants his revenge for 11 years ago.
And people don't know this. After the Super Bowl, the Seahawks are going up for sale.
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up, because Jody Allen, who's part of the Paul Allen Trust, she's selling the team into whoever is the highest bidder on this team. And, some eras are going to come to an end, but that's the reality of sports. Nothing lasts forever. But somewhere up at the heavens, Paul Allen has to be smiling, looking down at this team, knowing the job that they have put up through the season. Maye, double pumps, throws middle, caught by Diggs, who gets blown up. My goodness, number 8, blowing up number 8.
Hey, you got to hold on to his mouthpiece, man. Sometimes you got to clench your teeth. But I want to make a point once this clock runs out. Once the clock runs out, I want to see that. Oh, he holds on to that ball. But I want to make a point. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let the clock just let it run.
Timeout, Seattle.
I am super proud of the Seattle Seahawks. And I said this today earlier. I said this today right way, like maybe an hour or 2 hours before the game came on. Nobody ever thought Seattle would actually compete in the West. Since they lost the Super Bowl to New England, you would have seen Seattle sitting at 5-3. You're like, oh, well, Seattle gonna lose probably a few games. They may fight for a spot in the playoffs and go first round exit or not make the playoffs. Not saying we didn't have high expectations on it. It's just Seattle's one of those things like, you make it okay, woo, be happy. But the fact that they changed, that they came in, you know, you had Sam Darnold, and then once I knew the eye opener was you traded for Shaheed for a weapon. And I'm like, oh, okay. Let's see, like the way they smoked us in I think week 3, week 4 in Seattle, I was like, that was the longest game I've ever watched in my life. Oh my God. That was like a LSU Alabama 9-6 game, but minus that, just backwards.
Oh my goodness. Even in this, when the game is out of reach, that was some magic. And we just appreciate that Ramondre Stevenson touchdown. May escapes from the pressure, flings it left, low pass. Stevenson grabbed it. Ball doesn't even hit the ground, and it's a walk-in touchdown from there.
Should they go? Are they going for 2? Yeah, they're going for 2.
But they have to. There's no other option.
They have to. Now the thing is,
all right, if they are going for 2, there is a late substitution on the field. Drake Thomas.
It didn't touch the ground.
Yeah, it never touched the ground. That's incredible, JJ. Here's May for 2.
Oh
man.
That's a catch.
Yeah, that is a catch. And the Seahawks atone for it by, oh my goodness, Hunter Henry got molly-whopped trying to catch that ball. And an injured Seahawk, Kobe Bryant. Different spelling of the first name, but he is just as effective. Oh my goodness. Whew. Ouch.
Somebody please call his mama.
Oh my goodness.
Adams in his head right now.
Jeez.
He hit him so hard he gonna feel it. Like, it's a bounce off.
Yeah, it's a bounce off. But he's all right. He got up. He's walking up under his own power. Think they're gonna check on him for concussion symptoms.
Well, you got 2 minutes left in the game, so I don't think they would need each other. Y'all go ahead and sit down, relax, and enjoy the celebration or the defeat, you know. But going into, I never thought Seattle would have actually made the Super Bowl, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, the Seattle Seahawks made the Super Bowl. Are you serious?
I mean, crazier things have happened.
And I'm like, what in the hell? Did we just go into a Twilight Zone? It's the reason why it's bittersweet, because it's sad that I see Shaheed go and get his ring, but I'm happy because, Alex, that the fact of I have family full of 49ers fans, and I'm one of the pettiest people in my family, and they don't want to see me because I'm gonna make it hurt so much worse. To where, how you let your biggest rival come to your stadium and win well, actually, we can ask the Raiders that, because the Chiefs did it in Vegas, where they went to the Raiders stadium and won the Super Bowl there against the 49ers. So, that happened a lot.
All right.
But the Seahawks? Wow. I hope they keep the team intact, man. But I know Shaheed's going to be a free agent. But we're gonna see what they're gonna do. Are they gonna go? Are they gonna still draft younger receivers, younger DBs, another outside rusher, another linebacker? Like I say, put towards the old line.
Oh man. Now we're seeing Jay Harbaugh, another member of the Harbaugh family tree. His father is Jim, the head coach of the Chargers. They all got a happy get together. Previously,
yeah, there go Jay. That's another one.
Yeah, Jay Harbaugh. He's the special teams coordinator of the Seahawks. And Seattle looking to recover this onside kick. This is actually the first onside kick attempt of this postseason, and it falls directly onto the arms of George Holani. Man, 3 Harbaughs in the NFL. It's nice and sweet.
I can only imagine the next 10 years we might have 4 or 5 of them.
Oh, man. The possibilities are endless. We'll see how this can go on. And the Gatorade color is yellow. They're preparing the Gatorade back for Mike McDonald.
Oh, he should be ready.
All right. Just the first... Just needs 1 first down. And the plan is just to run the football or do some play fakes with the ball. If the ground game doesn't work, then go with the play fakes. It'll be Walker on this handoff. Running right side. He'll lunge forward, staying in bounds. He's going to run this clock some more. New England calls timeout. That's their second one.
Yeah. Kenneth Walker is definitely MVP round. He's MVP. He's MVP. For him to bounce out from a loss of 5 yards to go back and gain 5 yards is wild.
That's just insane. That's just next level ball carrier vision, and he has 160 total yards tonight. A breakthrough legacy game for Kenneth Walker, one in which his future children are going to tell and remember from him. All right, so it's going to be a play fake. Darnold, he just slides the goal of milking down more clock.
In other news, his wife is about to go into labor. Kenneth Walker, like his wife is sitting at the game right now and waiting to go into labor. Oh.
Yeah.
And that I didn't know that. So once she's close to going into labor. That's crazy. What a way to celebrate a Super Bowl. You about to have a child and you about to win the Super Bowl. That's the greatest way to go out.
Oh, and something more to it, JJ. On the defensive side of the ball, DeMarcus Lawrence, his wife is 37 weeks pregnant.
Woo! At the game.
Yes, at the game. Right. Motion is Saubert. Running it up middle. Walker. He will seal it. Kiss him goodbye. A flag is down on the field, but we'll just have to assume this is a touchdown for the moment. It's going to be an offensive hold, but it milks out some more seconds off the clock.
That's game.
Well, Jalen Sundell gets the holding penalty against him, but if you're gonna milk out more clock, then mission accomplished.
Yeah, mission accomplished because they just chew the clock and they're not gonna get that time back on that clock.
Yeah, so either way, Seattle wins on this one. Either you get another touchdown or you get a penalty and more clock is taken off the board, so that makes it harder for the Patriots to do anything.
That's all hole right there. You got your hands underneath the shoulder pads. That's how much of a hole it is.
Yeah.
Man, that's like you holding open the door at the grocery store, bro. You can't be holding like that.
Yeah, you can't.
You cannot hold like that, man. But to go on to say this, though, oh my God. I want to say what I wanted to say. I kind of really forgot. I kind of really forgot what I wanted to say. But yeah, this is definitely a game. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. The fact that the score was 9-0 going into halftime, and then it went to 12-0. We all said this. It said Seattle gets another field goal, the game is out of reach. The game was out of reach. They went, got a touchdown. Oh, that's good. Didn't win. Like, we kind of knew it was going to be out of reach. And the funny story, it's crazy that the two teams from New York has not helped their players out to get a Super Bowl, but Leonard Williams and Sam Darnold, who played on the same team for the Jets, now have Super Bowl rings.
With the Seahawks. That's awesome to come up for them. Oh, man. What a story it's been for Sam Darnold.
If I'm Garrett Wilson, I'm telling him right now, I want out. I want out. I want out. I want out. I don't need to be here. I need out.
I mean, it's amazing that he is the leading receiver for the Jets, and he hasn't caught a pass since week 6. Unbelievable.
Wait, Cooper Kupp?
Garrett Wilson.
Oh, yeah, Garrett Wilson, yeah. He it's crazy how he's the leading receiver, but, like, I will be leaving. I'll be like, yo, I want out. I want out.
Yeah. He's just, there's just no way he can continue on with this and staying over there.
Exactly. Like, the Jets are, if I was the Jets, I got an opportunity to go get this quarterback. I got to find a way to make this great trade with the Raiders. The only way this will happen, I got to go get a quarterback. I got to go get a quarterback. And maybe Tyrod Taylor's not the guy.
He's a backup.
He's permanently a backup.
And we don't know who the starter is going to be for the Jets. And it stings for them that Dante Moore has decided to return to Oregon. Oh,
and just my whole thing is it's like, if I'm going to go get Fernando Mendoza, I need to send out a haul to go get this quarterback.
Yeah, you need a haul to trade up to number 1. Much like what the Panthers did when they offered that haul to the Bears, in which they trade up to get Bryce Young. And this is a line drive kick. Nobody's back deep to receive it, and Michael Dixon pins the Patriots to the 6. In terms of who's been the best players for the Seahawks, it would go something like Kenneth Walker, Devon Witherspoon, Jason Myers, and then Michael Dixon. He's been one of the unsung heroes of this Super Bowl for Seattle. He has pinned the Patriots inside the 10 3 times, inside the 5 twice.
Oh, in other news, side note, folks, chat, today marks 16 years since the Saints won the Super Bowl.
There you go. Did that Tracy Porter pick 6? Oh my.
Oh my God. I don't like the air was so thick that night, man. Once after this play is over, then we're gonna trace back to that. We're gonna trace back to it.
Catch left, Hooper, first down. It's gonna milk out more clock as Nick Worry, the runner-up for Defensive Rookie of the Year to Carson Schwezinger, the leading tackler for the Browns this season. He made that tackle inbounds. And at this point, we're just counting down the seconds until we have the Lombardi Trophy presented. Caught left side, it is Matt Collins, 105. The Patriots are just playing for pride right now as Drake Maye is hurrying up his guys.
If you are playing in this type of way as a pride, I will make Drake Maye. You gotta tell your quarterback, look, I need you to throw 20 yards. I need you. I'm giving you a 20-yard play. Give me 20 yards. Finishing off with a strong mind, like you threw one pick. The fumble is not your fault because of the pressure that came in. But
offside on Uchenna Nwosu. That's going to be accepted. So, with 47 seconds, Seattle is just preparing the confetti. navy blue and action green confetti with some wolf gray on it, mixed in with some yellow Gatorade, which honestly I thought it was going to be some flavor of blue on it, maybe some blueberry. Another flag is out, and Sean Smith and his crew have decided now to throw the flags. I wonder if the referees are trolls because if they want to just delay the celebrations.
Right.
Oh man, there was a feeling to me Seattle was going to be a playoff team, but not a Super Bowl team. This is going to be hands to the face. It'll add 5 more yards.
That's what it gave me during the course of the season. I'm like, I don't see Seattle making no Super Bowl. They're giving me playoff team, maybe a wild card, and that's it. They're not like maybe give a fight in the divisional. That's it. But for the fact that Sam Darnold actually winning the NFC Championship, hosting the number 1 seed, home field advantage throughout the playoffs, going to the Super Bowl and winning it, which I can understand the NFC side because the NFC you don't know what to expect, but the AFC we all know who we wanted. It's either one of 3 quarterbacks: Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, or maybe a little bit of Jacksonville here and there.
Yeah, I was expecting Jacksonville, knowing how chaotic the AFC is. Here is May, overthrew his target as he aired out as deep as he possibly could, and there are 12 seconds until the celebrations begin. He was looking for Keyshawn Booty. And we have to feel so good for Sam Darnold. 12 seconds until Mike McDonald becomes the 3rd youngest head coach to win a Super Bowl. The only ones younger than him at the time of winning it were Sean McVay at 36 and Mike Tomlin at 36. Here's a screen pass. This should do it. Travion Henderson tackled at the 30-yard line. And the Seattle Seahawks are 2-time champions in the Super Bowl. They will be soaring high tonight at the Emerald City. May the confetti fall, and it's a party in Seattle. 29-13, your final score.
Are once again champions of the NFL. Not just champions, they are world champions.
Oh man, this feels like the appropriate time to do a little sing-along here, and I have one thing to ask you. When there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Hey,
Sam
yeah.
is no longer seeing ghosts. This man was seeing ghosts. He was seeing ghosts. Playing for the Jets. This man did not know. And I feel so bad for Stephon Diggs, which I kind of don't, but I do. Because he's made it to the big game, but he has not won a ring. They will run it back, and we will see them next year. It's the fact, though, that Sam Darnold has accomplished so much. Oh, my God. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Oh, it is. You know how much this means to the Emerald City. They've been longing for this moment. I was hoping that this would happen that the Mariners, the MLB team that resides over there, they would make it to the World Series. Alas, the city had to wait some more for a champion to emerge, and that would come again with the Seahawks.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing. Nobody ever thought, we thought the Mariners would actually win the table to win the World Series because they had the best shot. They had the best shot. It was them, Toronto, and LA. But I think this will give the Mariners fight to where, okay, we got to get this done. We need to bring a championship here to Seattle.
Trading for Brendan Donovan certainly helps. They got it from St. Louis, and he helps out with defense too. Makes up for the loss of Eugenio Suarez.
Let's see. I am so proud of the Seattle Seahawks. I am so proud of them. And Cooper Kupp, crazy part about it, he gets 2 rings. One with the Rams, one with the Seahawks.
Yep, he was the MVP 4 years ago with the Rams in that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yep. Of course, the highlight tape does it no justice between him and Matthew Stafford. Because those play calls from Sean McVay, those were a stroke of art. You have a jet sweep on 4th down, Stafford with a no-look pass up the middle, and then to cap it up, a fade route right side with Kupp catching it. And this was after OBJ tore his ACL mid-game.
Yep. And Cooper Kupp had to take it on his shoulders and say, you know what, pass me the ball. I'm going to go down the field. I'm going to go score.
Yep.
And he did. And he did that.
And then some. Oh, Devon Witherspoon, emotional on the sidelines as the stage is getting set. In his 3rd year, he developed into the number 1 corner on Seattle. The product out of Illinois.
Out of Illinois, yep. And I remember him on draft day. I was like, this kid, I said this, everybody gave him high praise. He's going to be special. And the fact that he stayed and progressed and got better and better every day, every game, yeah, he deserves it. A lot of players that play for the Seahawks deserve it because they fought hard when they could have gave up, and they didn't give up. And they earned this. They earned this. So it's not given, it's earned.
It is.
Sam Darnold and Leonard Williams are the biggest inspirational story I know right now.
Oh, Richard Sherman's asking Jason Myers MVP. Well, he's been one of the best players of this Super Bowl. We assume it's going to be Walker.
Yeah, I would love for the kicker to get it because he's the one that put up the points tonight. They needed him when he stepped up. He stepped up. He did that. To see Sam Darnold with a Super Bowl hat on his head is just wild to me.
It is. And before tonight, he has not recorded a win against the Patriots in his career. But the last time he faced them, he was a Panther. Now he's a Seahawk and at the prime of his career. Oh, man. What a moment. Oh.
So now, can I say it? Can I say it?
Yep, go ahead.
The Las Vegas Raiders, you are now on the clock.
Here you go.
NFL draft is in 2 months. 2 months. You are now on the clock. And we'll be live in Pittsburgh. I'm willing to do another cast again for night 1. For the NFL draft, we could do a big mega cast for the draft.
Hey. Well, there was a period in which I considered going to the draft, but it feels like I'm no longer having those plans on going to the draft. But either way, a cast wouldn't hurt either. All right.
Yep, and I'm just waiting for when they say that the draft is coming to New Orleans. I definitely will be there.
Hey.
I'm definitely gonna go.
That would be amazing. A draft in New Orleans.
I wish I could just get front row close to the stage because I know they put the super fans right there, which, you know. But yeah, man, I'm gonna say this. Big ups to the Seattle Seahawks. They earned it. They earned it. Congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks. They buried their demons 11 years ago. They earned it. They worked hard for it.
And this is John Schneider's team, his vision, his players. He knew what he was doing, and he hit all the marks to have this come true. Everything.
Yep. So now we focus on to the draft. Well, now we focus on the scouting combine now. We're gonna let the Seahawks celebrate, but now everybody's focused on the scouting combine.
That's first. Scouting combine is going to come first, and then we go over to the draft. We assume this is the Fernando Mendoza draft, in which he goes number 1 overall.
And it's like this. Nobody else don't go number 1 except for him. If anybody else is picked over him, something is seriously wrong with you. For him not to go number 1 is wild.
Yeah, that would be wild, considering the Raiders have an obvious need at QB.
Yep. It's written right there. It's written. They need it.
Yep.
They definitely needed it.
Yep. And with this new coaching staff, it could unlock him the tools that he needs. You also need pass protection for the QB. Because if we remember how Caleb Williams' rookie season went, it was awful.
It was awful. Like you thought Caleb Williams was just like you wouldn't think like Caleb was like, yo, are you alive right there? Are you really, really alive? And the fact that he put out the play of the year, runs around and throws it and scores a touchdown to tie the game up to bring it to overtime. Amazing. That's the Marvel ball.
Yeah, and that was when he went back from. Yeah, he was lined up at, say, the 19-yard line in that game against the Rams. He scrambled backwards with pressure from the Rams all over his face. Colby Turner backed him all the way up to the 40. The 40-yard line. This is in Rams territory. 4th and goal. You have to heave it all the way to the end zone. Otherwise, it's going to be a turnover on downs. He threw a prayer, and miraculously, Cole Kmet was there.
Yep. At the right spot. Jolly at the spot.
Oh my goodness. This season has been a fun one to watch. And of course, we know the familiar names were not there to make it all the way. The 2 teams that missed the playoffs last year were at the big game, and the best team won it at the very end. That is the Seattle Seahawks.
Yep.
It's a total team effort all the way, and now we're about to find out. I wonder who our teams are going to look for in the draft. I'd assume that the Steelers would go wide receiver, because that's an obvious need right behind DK Metcalf.
Oh yeah, you guys definitely, but you guys are not the only ones. We definitely, I think they're trying to add pressure to where for us to draft Jeremiah Love, and I don't see it happening because we already have 2 young running backs on the roster, and we still got AK and excuse me, we have AK Kendrick Miller, and we have 2 other running backs behind that.
Devin Neal.
Yeah. I think we could go Cornell Tate, wide receiver, or Jordan Tyson from Arizona State to go wide receiver. We need somebody who's going to accommodate Chris Olave. If you do go wide receiver in the draft and you don't decide to get Cornell Tate, are you going to get A.J. Brown? Because there's only 3 teams that shot before A.J. Brown. It's Chiefs, Bills, Saints.
And so those are the rumored targets for A.J. Brown. The Patriots are comfortable at receiver. They're fine with Diggs, Booty, Douglas, and Hollins that they have. The Saints are a rumored destination. I could see the fit considering the need for a wide receiver opposite Olave.
And here's my thing. The reason why I would say that, because when I get AJ cried about he's not getting the catches, he's not getting the catches. I'm like, okay, so if you want catches and not wins, then you're going to have to go to a mediocre team where you can just get your catches and get your yards and get your touches, you know? If you want wins, you're gonna have to deflate that. If you want both, you're gonna have to go to a subpar medium tier team. That medium team was giving me the Seattle Seahawks, but that's not them, clearly.
Yeah. Besides, the Seahawks already traded for Rashid Shaheed and signed Cooper Kupp, so they're out of the equation.
Well, actually, Shaheed's a free agent this year, so he could decide to return back to New Orleans. And if you do go get A.J. Brown, and you do somehow miraculously pull the gold brick out of your ass and say, you know, we're gonna, and it's basically what you're basically giving me is you want to create this top tier wide receiver core, but everybody has to share the ball.
Yeah. And for that matter, as we speak of running backs, I'm widely anticipating Jeremiah Love to get drafted by the Chiefs, considering they need a running back, and Eric Bieniemy just got rehired by them as their offensive coordinator. He was the running backs coach on the Bears, and he returns to Andy Reid's staff. So Bieniemy back at Kansas City should heavily favor running backs, and that could be the ideal landing spot for Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, I think Jeremiah Love. But my thing is this though: why would I go draft a young running back when I can get a young running back who's gonna be on the? I think he's gonna be on the free agent market, or he's gonna be on the trade market of Bryce Love.
So
Bryce Love is gonna be a free agent.
So, almost there at the presentation of the Vince Lombardi Trophy. So here we are. The presentation is about to get here and underway, along with who wins Super Bowl MVP. The trophy is here in the building at Santa Clara. And Roger Goodell, there are no boos here in the crowd because it's mostly Seahawks fans in this stadium. A historic turnaround for Sam Darnold, who, despite not being he played game manager in this one, but that's all he needed to be. Came alive in the fourth quarter, and that's when he found pay dirt.
And the article reads: Dominic D carried Seahawks to Super Bowl win.
Yep, as we saw. Oh man, the hoisting of the Lombardi Trophy, it gets very sweet for Seattle like this. And Maria Taylor described it as a magical season for the Seahawks, and there's no other way to put it. In the midst of it all, there's going to be a lot of Olympics talk. There's going to be a lot of Daytona 500 talk. There's going to be a lot of NBA talk, NHL talk, considering that we just passed by the NBA trade deadline. The NHL is sending their players to the Olympics, where we get to watch Sidney Crosby and Team Canada looking for gold, and the United States trying to spoil that.
This is crazy.
Very crazy. The players being the biggest contributors of it all. John Schneider has been here through two different Seahawk eras, the Pete Carroll era and the Mike McDonald era. It's the dawning of the new era, and here's McDonald, the former defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens. You wonder if the Ravens are shaking his head at letting him go, but he was a hot head coaching commodity, and he guided the team to the second Super Bowl in franchise history. Because
joined that elite group of multiple Super Bowl wins.
Yep. And he is the first head coach in Seahawks history to coach his team to a Super Bowl. The other one that it was not mentioned was Mike Holmgren, who whose Seahawks were defeated by the Steelers in Detroit with Jerome Bettis' final send-off.
The Seahawks have been to as a matter of fact, 4 Super Bowls, 2 wins. But we all know what happened in that Super Bowl, that it was destined for Jerome Bettis to get. And it was destined for Bettis to get it at home, you know.
Yep. It was. Oh.
But for him to get a Super Bowl, to leave Dallas to get a Super Bowl in Seattle, is like, Jerry Jones, you see what you have to do. Why not do it? Why not do it?
Yeah.
Why not do it?
He has to realize the real problem inside that locker room in Dallas, and that's him.
Oh, yeah, it's always been him.
It always has been the case, and nothing's going to change as long as he's there. Oh. And people talk about the Micah Parsons trade and all of that. He was a hot commodity in the last offseason. DeMarcus Lawrence took a bargain deal in Seattle, and it's more than paid off. Yep. We know who's the most complete team in the NFL. That is this group. Oh, Kenneth Walker, your Super Bowl MVP.
He deserved it. I wish he could have been the kicker, but he deserved it.
Yep, 100%. Despite not scoring a touchdown, 135 yards on the ground, and he added 26 more through the air. That gives him 161 total scrimmage yards on the game, a deserving MVP. Yep, he is the first running back to win Super Bowl MVP since Terrell Davis in Super Bowl 32. He's the first running back to win Super Bowl MVP in this century.
In this century, yep.
And as we look back at Super Bowl MVPs, the last Super Bowl MVP to win it without scoring a single touchdown during the game was Julian Edelman in Super Bowl 53. Just for reference on that part. And Sam Darnold, of course, a lot of belief in him ever since he arrived to San Francisco as the backup to Brock Purdy.
He is the unmarked story. It's crazy, you know?
It is. And Darnold's going to have this crowd make some noise for this defense. The dark side loves it. The fans love it. Well, who knows what's going to come next year? All we know is that next year's Super Bowl will be a drive down California Highway 1, going from San Francisco to Los Angeles. And we're waiting for who's going to be named the halftime act. Oh, LA's going to get a Super Bowl at SoFi Stadium again. That'll be next year with them hosting it. The Rams hope that they can be the home team for the Super Bowl again, as was the case in Super Bowl 56.
I can't wait, man. I cannot wait. And it will be amazing. It will be amazing.
Well, I hope in their Super Bowl parade that once they introduce Sam Darnold, they play the theme of Ghostbusters when he's introduced.
Oh, yeah.
All right. That's going to do it for this cast. Do you have any final thoughts?
Hey, like I said, I'm super proud of Seattle, man. They are now the unmarked kings of the NFL. They are the world champs. Now we're focused on who will be the next. Will it be repeats? As of right now, we don't know, but let's enjoy the moment. Congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold, Kenneth Walker, that unbelievable group. Y'all have done your diligence, and God has rewarded you with it. Congratulations.
Of course, a well-earned congratulations to the Seahawks. And for those of you who have tuned in to all these casts here throughout the course of the 2025 season, from start to finish, I'd like to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for tuning in to the 2025-26 NFL season. Alongside JJ Sports Commentary and giving special shout-outs to Ian Genge, I'm Alec Nava, saying so long, and we hope to do this again next season. The off-season is a long one, but we will be back, stronger than ever. For now, take care, good night, and have a happy times.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, Alec, thank you, brother. I have not gave you your flowers, and I'm going to let you know this now. You have done a fantastic job all year long, and man, you have done a great job. I have worked with lots of people, but you give me the energy that we look for in a caster, and man, you are that guy. And that's why I love to call these games and to talk about basketball and anything with football. And I think this next football season to come, whether it's college or whether it's NFL, this is only the beginning. We are going to elevate this. We're going to make this bigger than what it is. And man, I can't wait to work with you again, man. I cannot wait to work with you again. I just want to say thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate you, man.
Thanks. All the love. All the love to you, JJ. Thank you so much. All right, good night, everyone.
Night.